welcome to the Youth Engagement Dialogue. The Council for the Built Environment, together with our partners in conversation with the University of Johannesburg students, as well as the other students that are joining us online from all over South Africa. The purpose of today's engagement is about changing the narrative into the future. Under the theme, transformation of the built environment sector is an integral part of professionalizing the state. Our facilitator, Professor Clinton, will elaborate more on that. And I will talk about where this comes from and the objective and the purpose. This is a pivotal gathering, comes on the heel of the professionalization of public sector, a groundbreaking initiative approved by the National Parliament and ultimately signed by President Cyril Ramaphosa to ensure accountability and enforce professional registration and regulation amongst the public sector. I would therefore like to call on Professor Clinton, who will talk more on the theme as well as other important topics that our speakers will be engaging on. Professor Clinton, over to you.
Thank you very much for coming around this morning. I know it's a cold winter morning, coming around to the University of Johannesburg. I think for us, it's a very big privilege to be working with the built environment stakeholders and most importantly, the Council for the Built Environment, to be actually having this particular youth engagement dialogue this morning. What I want to talk about briefly is on the professionalization of the South African built environment. As you have heard, it has been passed into law, and it's something that we look forward to as built environment professionals. So briefly, I'm just going to look at what I kind of conceptualized in my mind in terms of looking at the whole theme of the event, professionalization of the built environment. I really want to kind of really tease out a little bit, what does it mean for the youth? And at the same time, what does it mean for higher education? And much more, what does it mean for infrastructure development? Because this is basically the ultimate. So once again, I really want to kind of really appreciate every stakeholder, the CIS Built Environment Council that are here this morning, colleagues from MSIZI, colleagues from ECSA, from the Architect Council, Project Management, Quantity Surveyors. We really want to say that thank you so much for coming to the University of Johannesburg. And as you all know, we are gathered here this morning, not just as representatives of the academic and professional communities, but we're actually here to share what I call a mutual commitment towards the advancement of the built environment sector. This is very critical for us considering the professionalization discussion. And this particular gathering this morning, I see it as a very big opportunity to engage in thought-provoking discussions, to share ideas and much more, to kind of really collect to kind of collectively craft a vision for the future of the industry, considering the Act of Parliament in terms of what has been passed into law. And I believe that it's going to be an event that will actually underscore our collective dedication to actually nurture our youth, our young talent, redefine the course of higher education in terms of how we actually prepare our graduates towards the world of work, and also to promote the sustainable development of our infrastructure. If you have read through it and kind of really be conversant with what is happening in the industry, you will realize that we don't have enough professionals in relation to the level of infrastructural development that we want to embark upon as a nation. So before we actually move into the exciting discussions that await us today, I would really want to kind of really extend my warm gratitude to our esteemed partners in this particular endeavor this morning, the Council for the Built Environment, the Council's unwavering commitment to ensuring the standardization and regulation of practices and its relentless pursuit of quality and efficiency within the built environment sector is really, really commendable. And I really want us to put our hands together for the council and also for Dr. MSIZI being the leader. Can we put our hands together for them this morning? Thank you very much. CBE, your partnership in hosting this particular event is a testament to your dedication and foresight, and actually kind of really living up to your mandate. So this particular collaboration between the University of Johannesburg and the Council for the Built Environment represent a significant milestone, ladies and gentlemen, in our mission as a built environment to kind of really advance the state of the built environment sector. I also see it as a collaboration that is born out of our shared belief in the transformation power of education, and at the same time, looking at the potential of our youth, looking at the students here this morning, and much more the crucial role of sustainable and resilient infrastructure in driving our nation's progress. I'm very sure we're all aware how the nation, we're really struggling with backlog of maintenance, and we need to really start thinking of how to kind of really make these infrastructures resilient to actually drive economic growth into the future. So today's discussion on the professionalization of the built environment sector is very timely and very imperative. As we navigate these particular complexities and challenges of the 21st century, I believe that it is kind of really evident that a systematic and comprehensive and intentional approach to manage the built environment sector is no longer illusory, considering the numbers of professionals that we have, but it is a necessity. And I believe that the professionalization can only elevate the standard of practice within the industry, but it can also foster what I call the environmental conducive innovation, which will actually bring about sustainability, bring about inclusive growth, much more, help us to create resilient growth for our infrastructure into the future and the investment that we are making. And for the youth, for the student, I believe that you are the torchbearer of the future, and South Africa, we call this our Youth Month. You are our future. This particular professionalization really signifies more than just the evolution of an industry. It is an invitation for you to kind of contribute your part for the creation of the industry, and at the same time to create value competence, ethical practices that is really lacking, and at the same time continuous learning. So it is a call for us as students to become active participants in shaping our industry that is going to be resilient, sustainable, and at the same time, we must look at the transformation and the equitable, because we need an industry that is equitable, transformative towards the women, because we cannot overlook the plight of the women in construction, because we need our women to be part of the whole journey. So in the context of higher education, for those of us in higher education space, lecturers, those with accreditation body, I want to really say that professionalization of the built environment demands a reimagining of the traditional paradigms of learning. You will agree with me that most of the way we are teaching our students does not fit into where we are going to. So I really call it a reimagine, because one of the tenets of the missions of UJ is reimagination. We need to reimagine our traditional paradigms of learning. It is a challenge for us to develop curricula that kind of really just, they should be theoretically sound, but much more, they should be responsive to the practical needs and the dynamics of the industry. We should look at the needs of the industry. Being a quantity surveyor myself many years ago, taught QS over 7 years. I always struggle to teach something that QS, we kind of really pride ourselves about. I'm not going to mention it. But in the actual sense, you realize that it has been taken over by computer program. But we were still busy teaching our students until some of us decided to take it out. And when the council came for accreditation, we have to explain to them why we don't teach it anymore. So we need to reimagine the future and at the same time really create the future that we want to see. So it is basically going, this particular professionalization should encourage us as academics, as academic institutions, to foster an educational environment that values critical thinking, that values criticism, that appreciates creativity and the application of knowledge, not just the theoretical dimension. So as we talk about infrastructure development, professionalization takes on an even more significant role. You realize that we cannot achieve quality infrastructure without having professionals in place. So quality infrastructure is the backbone of any thriving nation. You can go to any nation. I was opportune to be in Taiwan for almost 2 weeks. You see the quality infrastructure. You'll be amazed what they have put in place. So quality infrastructure is the backbone of any thriving nation. And who is at those particular, who is actually driving them? Professionals in those nations. So it is a trend that basically we need to look at, that needs to bring us together, help our communities, give us that particular power for our economy and much more, and kind of really underpin our social fabric. We need quality infrastructure that we don't basically have to start replacing all that kills people that work in those particular places. So the professionalization of the built environment sector, we ensure that our infrastructure development is spearheaded by individuals who are not just technically proficient, but also they are ethically grounded, socially conscious, and at the same time, they are kind of really thinking about the sustainability and resilience into the future. So as we embark on this particular journey of exploration and discourse this morning, let us remember that our objective is not merely to just understand the implication of the professionalization of the built environment, but to actively contribute towards its realization. It's not something that we should basically try to object to, but how do we put our hands together? How do we ensure that the entire fraternity is actually moving towards this particular trajectory that the nation has set for us? And I believe that our discussions this morning, we have the potential to ignite change, inspiration, inspire innovation, and at the same time, we influence the future trajectory of the built environment. So once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Council for the Built Environment for partnering with us at the University of Johannesburg to hold this particular event. And this collaboration, I believe, is a stepping stone towards a future where our built environment is not just professionalized, but is also a beacon of excellence, innovation, and sustainability. So ladies and gentlemen, sit down, enjoy yourself. We're going to hear a lot of thought-provoking insight as we chart our way forward in this particular sector. But let's remember that the journey of professionalization is one that every one of us must undertake together. Each one of us in our unique role as students, as educators, as professionals in the industry, we have a part to play in this particular transformation process. So we're looking forward to the rich exchange of ideas this morning, insightful discussions, and at the same time, shared vision that we actually emerge from our deliberations today. So I believe that together, we can actually make a significant contribution to the professionalization of the South African built environment sector, and ultimately making a difference in the lives of our youth, which is basically, and at the same time, there's a turnaround in the paradigm of the higher education and the future of our South African landscape infrastructure in our beloved country is actually assured. So once again, thank you very much, and we'll move right into the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Clinton. I would now like to welcome the head of the Department, Engineering and Built Environment, Dr. Molusiwa, to give a message of support. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. My job is actually quite an easy one. Mine is just to welcome you from the University of Johannesburg, the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment. I'm the head of the department from Construction Management and Quantity Surveying. My name is Molusiwa Ramabodu. It is actually a privilege to be in the midst of so many CEOs, and I'm sure even the students that are here, actually it's a great opportunity for networking and to engage in robust discussion. My job here was really to welcome you, particularly the collaboration that was initiated by the Council of the Built Environment, Dr. MSIZI. We appreciate you. We appreciate the collaboration. We appreciate the efforts. I would like to also welcome, with no particular order, the CEO representative from the SACPCMP, Mr. Bucha Matutle in absentia. I actually saw Ms. Kwenaite here. Thank you for your participation. The CEO from EAPASA, Dr. Sithoile, the CEO of Myeza, Mrs. Kgomo, the ECSA representative, Mr. Hlakula. Thank you very much. And I would also like to welcome the students that are here, the colleagues, and all the other stakeholders that I might not have mentioned here, and any other council built environment council that we did not mention in our report. Also, in these discussions for the professionalization of the built environment, I think it is just important to mention that engaging into these deliberations, one would also look at accreditation of the built environment programs. I think it plays an pivotal role to professionalization of the built environment itself, the route to registration, placement of graduates, collaboration with universities. Colleagues, I welcome you at the University of Johannesburg, and we're looking forward for robust discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Molusi. I will now like to welcome Ms. Sindi Kwenaite. She is the Executive Operation Manager of SACPMP. I was told to say it very slowly. So I tried, at least I did. They are the South African Council for the Project and Construction Management Profession, which includes 11 of the 13 legislative mandates of the Council, grouped in 4 divisions, namely registration, education, profession, governance, and customer relation management. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Program Director. This is another exciting opportunity to address the youth of the built environment for us as the SACPCMP. We've collaborated with UJ before on initiatives like this, so it's quite exciting to see another collaboration with the Council for the Built Environment as the SACPCMP. So just to assist all of you, to say SACPCMP, just think of the political party first, then pause and remind yourself, no, it's not, and then say CMP. So yes, it's quite a long acronym. So for us as the SACPCMP, the pipeline for our professions has become a passion project for us. And this is also seen in the way that we've conceptualized the way that we function as a council. We've put education at the center of what we do so that we can support our professionals, but as well as those that want to enter the profession. So in terms of the youth engagement today, I wanted to drop some thought-provoking ideas for discussion later on in terms of what do we do to assist the state in its project to professionalize the built environment. As a council, the important part for us in terms of our legislation is to set the standards for education, set the standards for competency, and through those standards, we then assist those that work in the built environment to ensure projects are run effectively, that there's quality infrastructure, and that also the future and sustainability of the built environment is ensured. So in terms of a career trajectory for those who want to enter the built environment, there's some important things that we need to realize. As much as we accredit educational programs and we ensure the quality of these programs and their relevancy for professional registration, what we need to realize is universities can't do it all. Because construction has actually been touted as the most volatile and the most fragmented industry in the world, and this is by McKinsey that indicated that it is compared with other sectors in terms of the economies, it's the increasing project and site complexities make it a very complex industry to work in. So we realize that your educational foundation is not going to be able to cover everything that you need as a professional to enter the industry. So what do we do then to ensure that you're ready to address these issues that you might face? And I think the most important part, as was mentioned, is exposure to the industry as early as possible. Also, mentorship as early as possible. As the SACPCMP, we've even brought with us today 2 mentors. So they seated there at the back. So students, don't utilize this opportunity, don't miss this opportunity to connect to someone that can really open up the industry for you in terms of exposure. And we also look at ensuring that the right competencies are, you're exposed to the right competencies in terms of what you need to undertake as a professional. So what is important about preparing yourself to become a professional? And with the issues that we face as an economy, as a construction industry, what is important, and especially what COVID taught us recently, is we need to be flexible. We need to be adaptable. We need to be reflexive. What does that mean? It means the technical competency is important, but as much as the competencies in dealing with disruption, which the construction industry is facing quite a bit of. So what we want to look at is how do we address change with our technical competency to ensure that we maintain the quality that we want to see in terms of construction projects. So we've noted many changes and trends in the construction industry. These have been highlighted by one of the CEOs of one of the largest privately owned construction companies that's also a board member of the GVK Siyazama companies. And he indicated that while the construction industry had already suffered the effects of a suppressed economy for several years, nothing quite compared to the global impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent squeeze it placed on the economy and every industry. This contraction has significantly influenced the trends that have emerged in the construction industry and the fancy footwork that companies have had to ensure business continuity. So there are several that are still impacting. I mean, people say, oh, COVID happened, but you have no idea the impact that it's still having today in terms of the construction industry. We're looking at economic pressures, we're looking at low markups, we're looking at skills shortages. We're also looking at trends that are more disruptive, like digitization, AI, alternative methodologies, green building. Are we responsive to these changes? So reflexibility and agility and adaptability make change more of a dance than a crisis. So these are the type of competencies that are required to equip professionals with the skills that they need to tango with disruption instead of being diverted by it. So as a council, what we see as very important is focusing on competency and making those competencies reflect the needs of the state, reflect the needs of the industry, and have a correct balance that looks at a professional through a pyramid rather than through strict technical skills so that they can handle everything that the industry might throw at them and do so to ensure that their interventions are targeted and that there is continuous improvement. So what I want to leave you with is to understand as councils and how we support the youth and entering the profession is ensure that you get mentorship as early as possible. Get the correct exposure to the industry so that you can start applying what you're learning in the classroom to what is happening in the industry. Track your own progress so that there's continuous improvement. And also, we as a council are looking towards assisting through access through our professional database to companies, to professionals in the industry, so that there's a smooth transition from when you graduate your program into the professional sphere. But we know disruption is inevitable, and globalization, technological advancement, superbugs, these are all inevitable. But it's incumbent for us as a council to realign our professions accordingly, to evolve and to be responsive to challenges in the industry and society for public good. So competency frameworks are some of the ways in which we do that, quality assurance of educational programs, and all the other mandate areas that we look at to ensure that we are responsive as a council. So this is why it's important for us to recognize initiatives like this and to support them and to encourage extensive research in construction, which we know UJ has been a part of quite a bit, and also through their Karen B initiatives as well. So we see these opportunities to engage and explore the various themes with regards to the professionalization of the state and transformation as being very important. And we hope to the students that are participating today that you have a gratifying experience and that your eyes are opened in terms of what you can do and what role you can play in terms of the industry and becoming a professional. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is going to be Dr. Patrick Sithoile, the CEO of EAPASA. EAPASA is the Environmental Assessment Practitioner Association of South Africa. And as we all know that all the developments, they need an environmental authorization before they commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Sithoile to tell us more about EAPASA.
I just wanted to say, to acknowledge the CBE. Thank you for having us, and for inviting us to participate, at this round table. So, all right, you look too serious. Are you feeling cold? Or you are stressed? You need emotional help or environmental help? Both? Okay. I think my name is Patrick. I'm from the Environmental Assessment Practitioners Association of South Africa. And I know a lot of us talk about environmental issues quite a lot. And normally I start by asking the room, who has ever heard about EAPASA before today? Just raise your hand. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yo. So we don't know a lot about EAPASA, and yet for every project, that is developed, we have to start with the environment, and whoever works on that environment is supposed to be registered by EAPASA. And this is the reason why we have a lot of environmental, issues in the country. Because no one really, we only start caring when something bad has happened. And yet we should be ready before anything happens. So EAPASA is the body which was appointed by the Minister of Environmental Affairs, then Environmental Affairs, to handle issues around the professionalization of environmental practitioners within the country. So I've got a very short presentation, which I'm going to, does this work? Okay. So that's the outline, basically just to give us a brief of who we are, what is EAPASA, and so that by the end of by the end of the day, we all know who EAPASA is and what we do. So the next slide there just gives a background in terms of our statutory, role within the environmental sector, appointed in terms of Section 24H of NEMA as the registration and regulation authority for environmental practitioners within the country. And we've got our, vision and mission, and basically it's all to do with transforming the sector so that it becomes more professional, so that there is ethical conduct, and there is quality, compliance, quality control, of all the projects that are being conducted from an environmental perspective. So that is, you are all learned. I don't read through slides. So you can read, maybe just to add to say, we are also a statutory professional body registered with SACPCMP. So that's EAPASA in a nutshell. And a bit of the objectives, we've got 4, which is what I've talked about: quality control, in terms of ensuring that everything that happens, with EIAs, environmental impact assessments, basic assessments, before the project is developed, there is quality control in terms of all the documentation, all the processes, so that's one of our objectives. And the second one is to ensure that our professionals continuously develop. They have to go to conferences, have to go to workshops, so that they keep on developing in whatever they do. We also have a transformation objective, and I think you can see it talks to black female. We need to ensure that we register black females, as part of the whole registration process. And the last part is the awareness, which is what we're also doing here today. A lot of us don't know about EAPASA. A lot of us, we just take to the streets sometimes, and we think, we can do whatever we want because it's environmental issues. But there are processes and procedures that sometimes need to be followed. And there are also processes and procedures that would have been followed, but we get misinformed and we end up just joining up in strikes that we shouldn't even be involved in. So this is part of the awareness, so that we all know what EAPASA is all about. And just in a nutshell, those are the registration statistics. Currently over 1,000 professionals registered, almost 300 candidates, and that is the sad part, because we need more candidates. We can't have more professionals than candidates. So we need entry into the sector. And that is why we are here as well, to say, a lot of the students, by the time they finish university, they don't even know that they need to be registered. And now it has become mandatory that you cannot practice environmental assessments unless you are registered as a candidate. So as you come out of varsity, you cannot participate in EIAs, in basic assessments, unless if you are registered as a candidate. Previously, people would get away with it, but not anymore. So it's becoming very, very strict. We've got assessments 326, and on our system, you apply using an online system. We've got close to 4,000 applications that people are still completing, and we will need to go through those applications. So it's a lot of work ahead of us, but the organization is ready for it. Talking to sector professionalization, I think the previous speakers have touched on it, especially within the public sector. There's a document already. And so environmental practitioners are also not left behind. And so we need to ensure compliance around environmental professionals. So you find a lot of, for example, I'll give a typical example in municipalities. You have an environmental manager in a municipality, and they are not registered as a professional environmental practitioner. How do they manage, or how do they review EIA reports? Now you have schools that end up being built on wetlands, but that report went through the municipality, that report went through an environmental manager within a municipality. How did it go through? So we need to professionalize every single level, of the state, from national, provinces, and until, municipal level. So that's, part of that, professionalization of the environmental sector, and environmental practitioners also need to be registered. Now, since we are at a university setup, I just thought maybe we need to just talk to some of the key competencies. We've got 6 key competencies. So besides your normal university degree, we've got 3 ways that we register people: the recognition of prior learning, then the equivalent qualification. Then if you've got what we call the EAPASA degree, which has not yet been rolled out, we're still working through some of those standards with the Council on Higher Education. But currently what we've done is we've looked at the current existing environmental programs within universities, and if your program needs to comply as part of the equivalent qualification, then your program should comply with those 6 core competencies that we've put up there. The first one is there should be a module on sustainable development. So all the programs should have a module on sustainable development, which is core competency 1. Then there should be a model that deals with interlinkages of environmental systems. That's another core competency that we look at. Then the third one is your EIAs. There should be training of your normal processes around EIAs and environmental impact assessments and so forth. The fourth one is on monitoring, your environmental compliance, your due diligence issues. So there should be modules to deal with that within the program. The fifth one is your research. You should be good, because whenever you are conducting EIAs, for example, you need to know how to conduct research. You need to bring together a lot of information, and that is where a lot of issues kind of pop up when we have complaints, because the environmental practitioner wouldn't have done enough research. So that's number 5, and the last one is your public participation. That's your socio-economic side of things. We always ignore that, and I think it has become one of the key issues that we need to address, the socio-economic side of issues. Sustainable development cannot be sustainable development without considering the people. We talk a lot and we complain a lot about the destruction of the environment, but what about the people? What about the people? What about the social side of it? Okay, we protect the environment to such an extent that the people end up suffering and they die. So who is going to enjoy the environment when the same people that are supposed to enjoy that are dead, because we focus so much on the environmental side without bringing in the 3 legs? So we need to teach that aspect, that socioeconomic leg within our students. So moving on to so that was part of the registration side of things, what we expect, what we need. And then the regulation part is we've got a code of conduct. You are supposed to behave ethically. And that's one thing that maybe I would like to challenge our professors, in the room, to say, please teach our kids on ethics, ethical conduct. Most of the kids, the students leave university and the only thing they know is copy and paste. And they get caught out. Their reports are in the newspapers, but they don't know. They don't know that it's not ethical. They don't know that you cannot take someone's report and submit it as yours. They don't know. Then we discipline them. Then we punish them, but they don't know. So ethics is very key, and we are having a lot of issues like that, ethical issues, and it's predominantly from previously disadvantaged individuals. Why? Because we never really get taught on ethics when we are growing up. And so that needs to happen from university level, ethics. So we've got a code of conduct, ethical practice. And as you can see, we have received over 26. Then 8 were valid, 4 complaints we dismissed, 2 complaints are undergoing appeals, 2 complaints we are penalizing. But it's all issues that if the students had been taught in university, they wouldn't be there. So just be careful. And one of the serious issues we are having, because it's compulsory to be registered, people are stealing other people's registration details and using them. Once again, ethics. You think you can just take another person's registration details and use them. So let's look at that. Then from a transformative aspect, we've put up a slide there as well, just to indicate how far we've come. The board, when we started, it was predominantly white. Then we started transitioning. Now it's predominantly black. And as we move forward, even the registration, we've got over 50% black registered individuals and about 48 or so white. So we are growing and transforming the sector, and that's one thing we will continue to do. And as part of bridging the gap, just quickly, I think I've touched on that, continuous professional development. We've got a CPD system in place. So every year, if you're a registered professional, you need to complete that. And also, as part of the CPD, why I said earlier, we've got only about 300 candidates and over 1,000 professionals. As part of CPD, every registered professional should have a candidate. It's a compulsory point. If you don't mentor somebody, after 5 years, if you haven't accumulated 5 CPD points for mentorship, you won't get re-registered. So we are forcing registered professionals to mentor somebody. So that's part of our CPD policy, and we've got a mentorship program that we have. I think the last part is we move throughout universities as well, conducting workshops, and that's the next picture where you can see we've been moving around and just engaging with other universities. That's the mentorship program. So it's a document on our website. If you need to know more, you can go and check what happens. So we need to upskill, our candidates. And so, that's how we are giving back in terms of skills development. And in terms of technologies, I think that's more towards the end. Those that are involved in environmental practice are aware of some of the technologies that we use around GIS, remote sensing. So we're trying to use a lot of these systems now so that before you even go to site, at least you have a very good idea of what's happening. So it's also becoming a bit more technical, and you need a different set of skills to be able to do your work. So those are some of the things that we have in the sector, and those are some of the organizations we've got MOUs, MOAs, linkages with, and I think that's why you see we are here with the CBE because we are part of a bigger family. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Dr. Sithoile. Are we still together? Yes. Okay, you will have the opportunity to ask any questions to our counselors later on. We have that in the program. And now we are going to call the acting CEO of MISA, the Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency. Their purpose is to provide leadership, strategic direction, management, and administration to the organization in order to support the service delivery in our municipalities. We know all about service delivery in our municipalities. Welcome, Ms. Pati.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And a very good morning to everyone. Let me acknowledge Professor Clinton. Let me acknowledge Dr. Myeza. I'm sure it feels good to be called Dr. now. Dr. Molusiwa, the representative from SACPCMP, and Dr. Sithoile. Oh, Dr. Molusiwa and Dr. Sithoile. And let me acknowledge our guests of honor today, which is the young people that we have in the room. This is a youth engagement program, and we are here because of you. And Happy Youth Month. I think Dr. Sithoile says we all seem to be very tense today. I don't know if it's because of the weather, or maybe this room, Prof, is not conducive for people to relax. Maybe we should do a challenge. What do you think? To loosen up. I'm joking. Okay, thank you very much, CBE and UJ, for giving MSIZI this opportunity to come and share with our students and our graduates in the built environment space what MSIZI does and what MSIZI's contribution is towards the empowerment of youth, as well as to contribute towards professionalization in the built environment. So I'm going to take you through a few slides that will tell you about who MSIZI is. Maybe also taking cue from Dr. Sithoile. How many of us know about MSIZI? Yo, this is even worse, Dr. Sithoile, than your organization. So let me just share with everyone the background about MSIZI. So MSIZI is an entity of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. I'm sure most of us know about the Department of COGTA. So the reason for MSIZI's establishment was because over the years, the department realized that a lot of our municipalities are really battling with infrastructure development and the provision of quality and sustainable services. And I'm sure all of us have got our views about the quality of services that we are getting from the municipalities. And we'll have that discussion. We'll leave it for another day, because I might end up now being torn apart, torn to pieces for the failures of municipalities. And I'll get to unpacking the problem with service delivery as it relates to the role of municipalities. So, as I've indicated, so the department and the minister at the time decided to establish an entity that would then primarily focus on supporting municipalities with technical support for their infrastructure programs. Now, just something for you to ponder on. Municipalities receive, on average, grants to the tune of over 100 billion rands per annum. And most of the municipalities for infrastructure development. And most of the municipalities, unfortunately, do not have the technical capability to deliver projects using those grants. And one of the reasons is because they lack professionals in the built environment space. And that's why we are here today. So MSIZI also is responsible for creating that technical capacity in municipalities such that municipalities can then deliver better quality services, more sustainable services. So MSIZI has been established, it was established in 2013. In actual fact, MSIZI will be turning 10 years old next month. So I've reflected on the core functions of MSIZI. As I've indicated, it's primarily to provide technical support to municipalities. Now, how we provide this support is through the deployment of the technical resources and experts that we employ on a permanent basis. So we have in excess of 100 town and regional planners, civil engineers, electrical engineers, project managers, construction project managers that we have deployed to all 9 provinces. So MISA does have a footprint in every single province in the country, working very closely with municipalities to build that capacity. Now getting to the problem statement, because it's important for us to understand what the problem is. And I won't go into detail, because I'm sure most of us already know what the problem is in municipalities, especially as it relates to service delivery. But I will only focus on service delivery. I'm not going to get into the politics and the coalition stories. It's beyond my pay grade to talk about those issues. But just trying to sum it up, I'll just reflect on a few. So I've spoken about the poor capacity that municipalities are actually experiencing, and the fact that they are not managing their infrastructure such that it provides quality and sustainable services. Most of the time, the reasons why municipalities are not able to provide quality and sustainable services is because of the state of the infrastructure. I'm sure the engineers in the room will know that we've got water treatment plants, we've got wastewater treatment plants that have to be properly operated and maintained. And if that's not the case, we end up with cases such as what happened in Hammanskraal recently. So municipalities invest billions in new infrastructure, but then neglect the existing infrastructure. And that's unfortunately how just the system has been designed, in that the grant structure has been designed in such a way that it pushes municipalities to build new infrastructure. But as MISA, we have influenced that there should be some reforms in the grant system, such that focus should also shift now to operations and maintenance. And the unfortunate thing is that in most municipalities, this is seen as an insignificant function, whereas it's actually, for me, more crucial than having people that are building new infrastructure. We should now build more capacity of people who can now start maintaining and properly operating the infrastructure. I've spoken about the lack of technical capacity, and I'm going to show you a slide that may shock some of you. Now, this slide shows you the municipal engineering capacity that we have in the country. And if you look at that table, it will show you the provinces and the number of engineers that we have in each province. And we made a case of a few provinces. We didn't look at the whole country. Now, when you look at the very last column that talks about the percentage of professionally registered engineers, 9%. The whole of Limpopo has got only 16 professionally registered engineers. KwaZulu-Natal has got 351. Okay, KwaZulu-Natal is actually the biggest province in terms of numbers, population. And then you look at Eastern Cape, you look at eThekwini. So the reason why we have highlighted eThekwini as a metro is to just show that eThekwini alone has got more engineering capacity than Limpopo and Eastern Cape combined. So we are really in serious shortage of professionally registered built environment practitioners. So this picture should actually say a lot to us, and especially to the young people that are in the room. I'm sure some of you are in your final year, some of you are doing your postgrad and so on. But then you should think about how you are going to contribute towards this professionalization. So now, as MSIZI, we introduced a program that we call the Young Graduates Program. So in terms of what the National Development Plan says, because it's actually serving as our Bible in government in terms of how we want to grow and develop the country, in terms of economy, in terms of skills, education, the different sectors. So we then realized that we have a serious shortage and we don't have a wide enough pool of skilled and professionally registered built environment practitioners. So we then introduced the Young Graduates Program, which aims to build the skills pipeline, especially in the municipal space. I know most of you sitting here are like, I don't see myself working for a municipality. There's corruption there, there's political infighting, they're not professional. But we are trying to change that image such that local government should start becoming an employer of choice, especially for young people. Traditionally, we've had engineers, white, old, male. We call them old topis. I don't know if we have any old topis in the room today. So we still have them, and they're saying, we want to make a contribution. We want to partner with government to actually take on the young ones and mentor them and encourage them to actually work in the municipal space. The municipal space, I must tell you, it's a very interesting, dynamic, challenging space where you can actually see the results of your contribution. I mean, imagine working in a water treatment, designing and implementing a water treatment works that gives access to thousands, tens of thousands of members of the community. How would that make you feel as an individual that, yeah, I have really made a significant contribution? So we are urging young people in the built environment space that don't run to the big fives. They may pay better, but ask yourself the question, what contribution am I making towards the upliftment generally of society? So we have this young graduate program, as I've indicated. That is a youth program. We're focusing on the youth. And as I've indicated, it's aligned to the National Skills Development Framework and regulated in terms of the policy that we have developed as MSIZI, the candidacy policy and the candidacy provisions as set out in statutory councils, such as some of them are present in this room, ECSA, SACPCMP, SACPLAN, and others. So we work through this program. We collaborate with all these professional bodies because as MSIZI, we are not a regulating entity, but we are an entity that provides support to municipalities, and we're also taking on young graduates and exposing them to the work environment such that they can also get to a level of professionalization. So what is the definition of the program, and what are the criteria that we utilize to get people onto the program? Firstly, a young person that applies to the program obviously has to be unemployed, but should have qualified and graduated in the following fields of study: civil engineering, electrical engineering, environmental management. Dr. Sithoile has just spoken to you about the need to have environmental managers so that we can ensure that whatever development happens is in line with the regulations in terms of environmental management. GIS specialists, those are very critical. Project and construction management, as well as town and regional planning. So these are the fields that as MSIZI, we focus on as we take on the young graduates. And then the applicants must come from previously disadvantaged backgrounds and requiring relevant work exposure and mentorship to meet the requirements for registration as a professional in their field of study. So that's basically all we look at when we advertise and we recruit for the young graduates. So we have an implementation model, which I will not go into detail. I'm sure the presentation will be shared so that then as young aspiring graduates, you know how then we implement the program as MISA. So we do a needs analysis. So we don't just issue out adverts. We focus on what fields are critical, especially in the municipal infrastructure space. And then we recruit the graduates, and we take them through a proper recruitment and selection process. So you can't just come to me during lunch and say, Ms. Kgomo, here's my CV. Can I please be included in the program? No. We issue out an advert, and we take people through a proper selection and screening program. And then we take them through induction, and then we enter into a memorandum of agreement with the municipality that will be hosting the young graduate. Because remember, before you can actually get to a level of professionalization, you should have earned certain points, and you should have done, what do they call it? Meaningful work, which is directly related to what your field of study. And then we place the young graduate on a contract, minimum 2 years, maximum 5 years. And that all depends on the readiness of the graduate to be registered as a professional. And then we also provide a monthly stipend, which I will not disclose. And then we, anyone can take a guess. 2,000, 5,000. No, we actually provide a monthly stipend of 15,000 rands a month. And we also provide the young graduates with tools of trade. So we treat them as MISA employees. We don't just take you and dump you in a municipality without a laptop, without a cell phone, without data, so that you can be able to do your work. And then we continuously, on a monthly basis, monitor the performance of the young graduate. We don't just dump you there in municipalities, and then we hear stories that when you are busy mobilizing, you are busy mobilizing labor to go on strike, and we've heard such stories. But so we monitor very closely the work that the young graduates do, because we have an objective. So there are roles and responsibilities that we enter into partnership and agreements with. So it's between MISA and the young graduate, between MISA and the municipality, and between the municipality and the young graduate. So these are just some of the roles and responsibilities. And most importantly, this slide talks about what also Dr. Sithoile mentioned, mentorship. I cannot overemphasize the significance and the importance of mentorship. So this just further gives more detail in terms of the responsibilities that MISA will undertake. And as I said, I will not go through them. But also importantly, we cover the costs related to registration. So when you have now, when you come to a point where you are ready for registration, MISA does cover that. So I'm sure you can see how appealing this young graduate program is that MISA is running. So this is just showing the journey. Step 1, to place the young graduate in the host municipality, assignment of supervisors and mentors, and then the mentor, the mentee, and the supervisor then enter into an agreement in terms of how then they will proceed throughout the journey. So this is just how we are just illustrating the mentorship program, which I will not go into detail on. But the important thing is that the mentor and the mentee should have an agreement, and they should stick to that agreement. Otherwise, it means then you will not get qualified to become a professional. Some of the challenges that we experience in implementing this program is the issue of the shortage of mentors. And as MISA, we have resorted to appointing service providers to perform the mentorship role, because as MISA, we don't have that capability. But noting that it's an important element of the success of this program, we are working on a program to then train our own MISA employees to become mentors so that we don't have to rely on external service providers. And then inadequate work exposure, as I've indicated, for you to become professionally registered, you have to be exposed to doing meaningful work. Some of our young graduates unfortunately find themselves doing a lot of administration work in municipalities. And when you then do an assessment at the end of the year, you find that the person really hasn't been exposed to this meaningful work. Insufficient qualified supervisors in the municipalities. The technical directors in municipalities are very busy, and you don't have enough time to be mentored, to be providing supervision and mentorship. But we are strengthening that through, as I said, the agreements that we enter into with municipalities in terms of the young graduate program. Lack of relevant projects in municipalities, as I've indicated, as well as lack of partnerships with other public and private sector entities. And we are happy to have institutions and professional bodies such as the ones that are present in this room contributing towards us making a success and even growing and expanding this program. We already have partnerships as the ones that I've already mentioned, and CBE is also playing a very significant role in how we can then further grow this program so that we do see a meaningful impact. So in conclusion, we have so far, for the past 3 financial years, recruited and trained 176 young graduates as at the end of March. And we welcome partnerships, as I've indicated, to fast track and to grow the young graduate program. And we always share lessons with other stakeholders in a quest to improve the quality of the program. So that, in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, is the summary of the young graduate program in MISA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pati. So students, now we're going to move on to our next speaker, who is Mr. Moulelo from the Engineering Council of South Africa. He is responsible for the portfolio of research policy and the standard assistance. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I was told that, whenever you are in an occasion of this nature, to be safe, you must say all protocol observed. So I would like to greet all of you and I observe all the protocols. I acknowledge Dr. Myeza from the CBE. As the program director has already mentioned, my name is Moulelo. I'm an assistant manager at ECSA Research Policies and Standards. I am here on behalf of my CEO, Dr. Bridget Samula, who unfortunately could not be with us. So I was given a brief, regarding the 3 topics that we needed to present on. So I did a brief research, but I tried to also merge, some of the findings that I found in my research with some of the work that we are doing at ECSA. So regarding the first topic, upholding the standards and ethics in the South African built environment, I will just give a brief overview of what this means to us as ECSA and some of the strategies that we feel would assist in ensuring that we uphold the standards. I will also talk on enhancing education and training in the built environment, again an overview, as well as the strategies, the role of technology in professionalizing. I will also talk on the impact of the technology in the professionalization of the built environment, as well as give you some brief conclusions that we were able to come up with. Okay. So, sorry. For some reason this, okay. So, firstly, maybe let me just give a brief overview of who we are as ECSA. As ECSA, we are one of the 6 councils that fall under the Council for the Built Environment. I'm sure all of the speakers from the other councils have already spoken. I think according to the program, we are the last of the councils to speak. We are formed under the Act number 43 of 2000, which is the Engineering Profession Act. And according to the Act, we are responsible for regulating the engineering profession in South Africa. We are responsible for accrediting the learning programs. We register applicants in appropriate categories of registration, and we also exercise oversight for professional registration. Now, Section 26 of the Act empowers ECSA to develop the identification of engineering work policy, which speaks directly to what one of the theme topics for our discussion today is the upholding of the professionalization. Essentially, what the identification of engineering work policy says is that it's actually meant to ensure that people who are practicing, engineering are registered in the appropriate categories. I will speak at length with regards to some of the categories that we are having at ECSA. So in a nutshell, the objective is to identify the work for each registration category, to ensure that people who undertake work are professionally registered, as well as to protect the public and the environment. Because if unregistered people are performing engineering work, there's a potential that they might do certain things wrong. They might employ some unsound engineering practices, which may lead to the destruction of the environment, as well as endangering the livelihoods of people. So it is essential, therefore, that we uphold professionalism in that sense. So professionalism in South African environment is essential for promoting the health and safety. It requires upholding the standards and ethics in the construction industry. It is crucial for the country's economic development and creating a sustainable future. So what are the registration categories that we are having at ECSA? At ECSA, we've got 5 recognized categories, that the registration categories. One is the professional engineer. The second one is the professional engineering technologist. Third is the certificated engineer. And then the fourth one is the professional engineering technician. And the fifth one is the specified category practitioner. Now, the difference between all of these registration categories is the level descriptor. For an example, if someone is registered as a professional engineer, they are competent to perform work that is of a complex nature. We call that a level descriptor at ECSA. So the level descriptor for a professional engineer is they are able to solve complex engineering problems. Whereas in the case of a certificated certificated engineer and a professional technologist, they are both able to solve problems that are broadly defined in nature. The technicians are able to perform work that is specifically defined. I will speak later on, with how do we make these differences. So the base qualification for someone to be registered as a professional engineer, they need to have either a BSc or a BEng qualification from any one of the recognized academic institutions, public academic institutions in South Africa. This is because in most of these, in fact in all of them, their engineering programs are accredited by ECSA. So we are able to determine that some of the graduate attributes that they needed to have developed in that program, that they have met those. So in order for a person to register, as I mentioned, they need to be they need to have a qualification, and secondly, they need to have experience, and then the third part is they need to demonstrate competence through ECSA by filling out an application form and applying to become registered. Now, that is a very rigorous, process, of course, that involves them being able to demonstrate, through the experience that they would have gained in industry, to demonstrate to ECSA that, they are competent to perform at the level at which they want to register. I must also mention that, one is only able to register in the category in which they are qualified. For an example, if someone has a B.Eng qualification, they can only register as a professional engineer. We do not allow them to register in any of the categories that fall below that, and vice versa. If someone has a B.Eng Tech or a national diploma, they're not able to register as a professional engineer, but can only register in their relevant category. Now, there is this myth out there in industry that if someone is qualified, therefore they are deemed competent to perform the work. I need to underscore that only the relevant councils can make that determination. If one is qualified, all of us are in agreement that they have reached the graduate attributes that enable them to hold that qualification. But when it comes to competence, it needs to be proven, and somebody else needs to determine whether one is competent or not. So how do we gain competence? Is through experience in industry. So after having formally achieved one's qualification at a recognized institution, one would then have to go and work for a company. There's municipalities, there's various other private companies where one can perform work. And then over a certain period of time, there's certain outcomes that they need to achieve as part of their experience journey. So at the end of it all, let's say maybe after a period of 3 years, in the case of someone who holds a national diploma, they then come to us and say they would like to now register as a professional technician. They then are taken through a rigorous process where they have to fill out the application form. Each application form covers various outcomes that they needed to have met during their period where they were working, and they need to demonstrate that they were able to fulfill all of the outcomes that are specified in the application form. And once they are deemed competent, then they are able to professionally register with us. Okay. What else? Yes. So enhancing education and training in the built environment. The built environment is one of the critical sectors that contributes to the economic and development of our economy. However, the sector has been facing a skills gap that threatens the ability to deliver the quality infrastructure projects. Now, bridging this gap requires enhancing education and training in the built environment. And one of the ways in which we can do this is by, as I mentioned earlier on, by strengthening some of the academic programs that we have. Another one is through continuing professional development, which is lifelong learning. After someone has been professionally registered, they commit to learning, the new ways of doing their work so that they do not become irrelevant. There could also be apprenticeships. Back in the day when I was still a student, there used to be what they called experiential learning or in-service training, where people were invited to work, in various companies so that they can gain, the necessary experience so that they can get, jobs. And also through industry partnerships. I'm not sure who Mem was, spoke earlier on about the various partnerships that they're having with the various municipalities to ensure that, they upskill people from within those municipalities with the necessary knowledge and expertise so that they can be able to deliver various projects within those municipalities. Now, lastly, on the role of technology in the built environment, we believe that technology is transforming the built environment sector by creating opportunities for professionals to improve productivity, safety, cost effectiveness, quality in practice. But the sector has been experiencing a paradigm shift from the traditional methods due to digital solutions, which has led to professionalization in the industry. So what do we believe needs to be done in order to assist in this? One is to ensure that the technology enhances the sector by enabling professionals to set timelines, to track their expenses as well as to manage the stakeholders in an efficient manner. Yeah, I think that is about it from my side, Program Director. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Moulelo. And those who would like to have their presentations, please do let us know. We will share them with you. Now we are going to call the student chapters. Amongst us, we also have the student chapters. I will call Jonathan, who is representing the Civil Forum, as well as Kabelo, who represents the Construction Forum. Basically, they're going to talk about who they are and the programs that they do and how they support other students and the community that they have formed within the universities. So to some of those who might not know about them, I think after this you'll be able to network with them during the post-program. Thank you. Jonathan and Kabelo, please welcome.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to lie, it's quite a pleasure to talk in front of everyone here. It's quite amazing to actually see so many CEOs and representatives. But before I get too ahead of myself and get too flustered by the moment, I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Kabelo, and I'm the Vice President of the Construction Student Forum. Now, let me just introduce, for example, who we are as a student chapter and what the forum does. This was established just quite recently, just over 3 years ago, by the former presidents, Mr. Asazita and Bendipoko, when they actually wanted to take the effort for students to actually establish and make something towards themselves. And over the period of those years, they've made those improvements towards assisting students, facilitating knowledge and understanding of the field, and making sure that they can create a well-balanced future for them. There's kind of a little nickname for our student chapter where we're called CSF, but we like to call it that we're creating sound futures. We're creating stable foundations. So when we mean by that is that we're supporting not just future students by the time that they leave varsity, but we make sure that they have a good understanding here in their studies as well. For example, I can take myself as an example. When I was in first year, I was like, all right, I'm so excited to study BSc construction, all right. Yes. Then I'm going to go on to honors in quantity surveying. Then I'm going to go to a master's in structural engineering. Then my sister was like, huh? Then I was like, I'm going to get another master's in systems engineering. And she's like, whoa, understand. There are different institutions that support different fields. Sure, you want to go into QS, absolutely, that's good. But there's different fields. There's ECSA, there's SACPCMP, CIOB. Understand that institution. So she told me to reach out to various student chapters. So I was so lucky and blessed to be able to find such a student chapter that has been able to not just foster that kind of knowledge and information, but continually do so. And I'm proud to say that I'm also cheering that up and heading that up as well. But let me not just speak too much about our chapter. Let me also speak about how we also understand the industry. For example, let's look at the building that we're in right now. This is called STH, established by the Guznet UJ. This was established a long time by Mr. Saul Guznet, the creator of Sun City and your various other resorts. But this was a person, this was a business magnate. What factor does he have to play as well? He's a client. And then there are various other people in the construction industry, in the engineering facility, there are architectures, there's this and that and that and that all come together to make one project possible, to make such a room possible, to make such an event possible so that we, not just in the moment, but also in the future, would be able to enjoy much more further on. So it's all these various factors that we all come together to be able to make one thing, such as an event like this, very much possible. And this is among the reasons why I wanted to actually thank the various sponsors that had come here, because we continuously need support like this. As the youth, we quite need a lot of inspiration and a reminder of what is important in life. For example, we currently have, as South Africa, the highest rate of unemployment in the world. This also affects various parts of the youth, where they can lose inspiration, where they can lose focus of the various opportunities and give up. So we constantly need reminders from people who are older than us, that are wiser than us, that have decades of experience that rival our ages in the industry, to remind us and show us that we can do this. There are opportunities out there, that we don't just go into varsity and then graduate and then work. No, they show that, oh, actually you can earn experience in various other fields. You can interact with these pieces. You can learn about health and safety and then influence that expert. You can probably go into research, probably charter in this new fourth industrial revolution that we're going through, and not be left behind. Because a lot of people would be thinking that, for example, quantity surveying is just pen and paper. That's how it's always going to be. No, there's also various ways that you can approach it. There's digital transformation, there's cloud, there's this and that, all the ways to foster our inspiration and show us that, hey, the various things that we're using on the daily, social media, that's cloud infrastructure. You can introduce that same technology into your studies as well. Make a revolution out of it if it's possible. Maybe you can also be part of it or cheering it up, but however it is, know that there is a future in mind. Because that's how I understand what our youth needs. And this is something that has been facilitated, not currently at the moment, but several years back, several years back. Of course, where I'm talking about Youth Day as well, of how just in 2 days we'll be celebrating that one specific fact, where we're celebrating the youth and commemorating the sacrifices of past people in order to be able to foster a future for ourselves. And not even just that, the same way that people had also fought for various points of our education just several years ago with the fees must fall, we must make sure that we also keep fighting in our own way, but hopefully a little bit more quieter, and for our own futures. Because we mustn't just wait for everyone to, to just lend out hands. Sometimes we have to extend this. Sometimes we just need to go out for a vacancy project. Even if it doesn't pay anything, you just will use that as an experience to foster yourself. Because the collaboration between us as the youth who need, and also the industry professionals and the institutions who want more growth, who want more improvements in the field, it reminds me of a nice phrase that I want to end off with and finally give my next person the chance to talk, which is, give a man a fish and he's fed for a day. Teach a man to fish and they are fed for a lifetime. And it is with that that I'm able to be glad that such an event where so many institutions, your SACPCMP, your SAC-USP, your ECSA, etc., can come together today, and not just today, but hopefully for the future, and here as at UJ as well, to be able to foster us as the youth so that we may foster them as well in the future. Thank you very much for your time, and I really appreciate it.
Good day, everyone. My name is Jojo Kaimbe. I'm the chairperson of the UJ Civil Tech Forum. I'm also studying civil engineering. The UJ Civil Tech Forum is a brilliant and dynamic student organization in the University of Johannesburg under the Department of Civil Engineering Technology. And we are also recognized by the South African Institution of Civil Engineering. Our motto is bridging the gap. Our forum aims to bring together civil engineering students and industry professionals to foster a collaboration and knowledge sharing and personal growth. We are dedicated at promoting excellence in civil engineering, providing networking opportunities, and bridging the gap between academia and industry. We also make sure that all the students register with SACPCMP, which is the South African Institution of Civil Engineering, and also ECSA after graduation. In 2022, we had the opportunity to connect with the Chartered Institute of Building, CIOB, that we share together with the Construction Forum, based in the UK. And as activities of our forum, we organize site visits, workshops, social activities, community engagement, and mentorship opportunities. I wish I could share all the pictures of our event so that you could see how the youth are eager to contribute in the industry. but due to time, I'm willing to show them during our networking session. I would like to close by inviting all the entities, companies in the built environment who would like to be part of shaping the future of civil engineering leaders to allow us partnerships in order to access industry talks, professionalization talks, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I think if we were at a wedding right now, I would be saying that it is time to welcome the man of the honor. But we are not. But I think we can still say that. Our next speaker is the CEO of the Council for the Built Environment, Dr. MSIZI Myeza, who has been tasked with a huge responsibility of overseeing the 6 professional councils, as well as recently we have formed a family with other 3 professional councils. But I think that responsibility of saying who we are and what we do as Council for the Built Environment, I will leave it to Dr. Myeza. Dr. Myeza.
I want to start by saying charity begins at home. So when we were sitting in the office, Prof, we were thinking on where to start with the youth engagement as CBE. So for those who might not be aware, I was a student here at UJ up until recently, I think on the 19th of June, or May actually. I graduated here. So I'm a student at UJ. So that is why then we started here. We will be having a series of engagements in various institutions across the country. I think the next one is in Daar, in Northern Cape. The reason why we are engaging with young people, it's not because we are mandated to do so. It's because we as an organization strongly believe that young people are the future. And for some of us, before we occupy the positions that we hold today, someone gave us a chance, someone took a gamble on us, and someone held our hands. And I think we have that responsibility of holding your hands and creating opportunities for you as South Africans, because that's how it works. So in life, you pay it forward. So I think that's really why my colleagues have left everything. CEO for MISA, CEO Dr. Sithoile, my colleagues from ECSA, they've left everything and to be with you today. Not because it's just an appearance so that we can be trending. I think it's important that we trend though. But I think because we see this engagement as a very important collaboration between us and the university. This year's Youth Month, in terms of what the President and Cabinet has approved, it's about accelerating youth economic emancipation for sustainable future. That's the theme. And when you read the Cabinet statement that was issued, the President was saying it's not about slogans, it's not about speeches, it's about tangible outputs. At least out of this engagement, we can get one person saying, from the engagement that was convened by UJ and CBE together with the councils, I was assisted. I think that would have actually done something positive. So even if we get one person. So that's a challenge that collectively we must have. The second issue that I also want to attend to, CEO for MISA presented a slide in terms of the challenges that are faced by municipalities. That's one aspect. But young people have chosen a career in the built environment, and they are excluded in participating in the mainstream economy and practice what they were taught at school and the career that they've chosen. And I think the numbers that she presented are an indication that the challenges are bigger than what we thought they were. So there is a level of frustration, exclusion. I was just doing a head count here. Prof, I'm not sure how we invited people. I don't see a lot of young, I wouldn't say girls, female students. And it is a worrisome for us as a sector because in this country, this sector is dominated by men. 13% of the built environment professionals in this country are women. I'm talking about all the professions, be it town planning, QSs, construction management, civil engineers, architects, property valuers. The 9 professional councils, it's only 13%. Those are female. And I think we have to be mindful of how we present ourselves. And also we must be biased towards women. So for a show of hand, if you can see the leadership that is here, the female colleagues, can you raise your hands? No, I'm not excluding CEOs. You can raise your hand. Female colleagues in this room. No, you can raise your hand. Ladies, raise your hand. I want us to do a head count. Just all the ladies in the room can raise your hand. Okay, gentlemen, can you see? That's bad, eh? So this is a boys' club discussion. It is a boys' club discussion. And Prof, we need to challenge ourselves to do better. Even if we actually have dedicated interventions to get female colleagues to participate in these platforms. Now, they prepared a presentation, and I'm not diverting from it. But I think it is important that I address some of these issues that I wanted to place forward. Chairperson, the engagement that we're having, Program Director, with UJ, for us it is an important milestone. And I think it's the same image that you'll see. If you travel with us in different provinces, you'll see the same picture. It will be a boys' club discussion, very few women. In the main, they will be in the support system. So they'll be supporting us, either program directing, and I think it just can't be. It's uncomfortable as a man myself standing, speaking about women's issues. But I think it's something that we must deal with. So Prof, I think we need to create space for young people in our country to participate. So the program that we run at CBE, Thembakazi will deal with those. We have made a conscious decision that will focus on 3 things as the council. Oh, let me use this now, sir. One of those things relates to professionalizing the sector. That's one. Number 2, directing and working with professional council and the industry to support young people, women, and people living with disability. By the way, today is an International Day of Albinism. So that's what is being celebrated today. Because people living with disability are not supported in our sector. Because the assumption that we all make is that for you to be an architect, you must be having an able body. It's not true. To sit in front of a laptop and do drawings. So someone on a wheelchair can do that. But our institutions are not geared to that level. I see Kgomo, my former colleague from VETS. She works for COCTA, so COCTA. I'll share a story that I've shared before, HOD. When I was at VETS at John Moffat, not long time ago, but long time ago, our former HOD, Professor Mala, unfortunately got ill. They had to amputate his legs. He couldn't access John Moffat building because the building was not designed with these people living with disability. She can attest, it's not a fake story, it's a true story. It is only then VET started a program to create access in their buildings because Prof. Mala could not access the building. So if it wasn't for Prof. Mala, you wouldn't see ramps at vets. Because they were not there. Actually, we were not even aware that they don't exist until Prof. Mala couldn't access the building. And I think those are some of the small things that we need to pay attention to as professionals. So my slides, I'm not sure how to use this thing. Oh yeah. My slides are very brief, colleagues, because most of the stuff I've actually spoken about. I think I spoke about this in terms of the theme for this year, what we're trying to do. I also covered the purpose of the roundtable discussion. So Prof. Clinton, we have to come back here, perhaps targeting women and female in the institution. So we must speak to them. What it is that impacts them as young students in this university. So guys will be excluded, ne? So even the student chapter, it's like 2 guys. So, where are your colleagues? Where are your colleagues?
Unfortunately, actually, the president of the Construction Student Forum is actually working at her own job right now. But she's actually a female, so it's actually a great step in that regard.
Okay, so the next session, Prof. Clinton, will be convened. We'll come back here, Tabisa and Thembakazi. He will be coordinating that event. Colleagues will come back and speak to our female colleagues. The objectives, I think, now they've been skewed a bit because now the objectives is come back and target young female in the university. So these objectives are no longer relevant. But I think, colleagues, it's important that when political principals make statements, we dissect what they mean. I want to deal with issues of ethics because in our industry, we struggle with that. In the public sector, I've been in local government for 15 years. I was fortunate to be given an opportunity as a young professional to occupy a high office. So if you work in government, you'll know the executive comes with gray hair. So, but there are a lot of ethical dilemmas that you get confronted with. And it doesn't mean that you must break the law. So as engineers, QSs, and you will be challenged to do something that legally might be incorrect. But politicians will never say do something wrong. They'll just say, we want you to do this project in this particular area. It's urgent. So you must subject that process to the legal process and get what they want and do it correctly. That's really what it is. But it's not an easy environment. So the issue of ethics, I know, when I was at VETS under my grade, I did ethics in 3rd year as a module for 6 months. That's it. And I think the reason why I'm raising this point, because ethics are not only taught at universities, it's something that you also come with from your household or from home. What is it that you are taught by your parents? I normally share this story, what my mother said to me when I started working for government. She said, 1, I'm not saying you're not going to be in the newspapers because the work that you do you'll find yourself there. But I should be able, when my colleagues at church ask me how we saw your son in front of the Sunday Times, what did you do? I should be able to explain based on what you told me. Because I will tell when you're lying. That's one thing she said. The second issue, she said to me, you work for government. You have chosen to work for government. So for those people who understand this Zulu, I'll say it in Zulu because I think it made more sense to me. She said, ungaxangalazi. You work for government, you're masquerading at night as a tenderpreneur. It's either you work for public service, you're going to wait for the check on the 26th, or you go into private practice. You then become a business person. The third issue she told me, ungantshontshi imali kagovernment. So no matter what you do, don't steal. It's tempting because you feel like you're heading cattle. So you see these tenders coming, it's 400 million rand. You're like, yeah, ne? But you remember what your mother said, and you say, no, I'm not going to embarrass my mother in church. So you don't do it, because I still work for government. It's even late now because she's late. So I don't even have an opportunity to explain myself to her. So I won't do it. So my colleagues know, I always say to them, colleagues, we can do anything. We can partner with UJ and come and host this forum here today. Please follow the process. Ensure that you follow the rules. Let's procure for catering. UJ is giving us a venue for free. We procure properly. We come and people will be fed and we go home. When AG comes, we can present the documents. And I think that's what kept me going. It's not what Prof. Fana and Brian taught me at VETS. It's what I was taught at home. So as young students, all what I'm appealing to you, please don't fall into a temptation. Studying is very hard, and you can destroy your career just by one signature that you put in a document where you know it's wrong. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's a tough space to be in. And there's a perception that corruption happened in the public service. In the private sector, it's worse. Because people who do work in the public service are private companies. So they're the ones who are going to say, send me the specification. I want to see what you guys will be issuing. Send me your procurement plan. I want to see what's in there, what's coming in the pipeline. That's part of corruption. Please correct my SAR certificate is expired. You're sitting in a committee, right? Because you professionals are sitting in committees that adjudicate tenders post your graduation if you work for government. So those are things that you'll be confronted with. Don't do it, guys. Please don't do it. Even if you remember me one day, say, hey, that guy has he told us. Don't do it. So that's what government talks about, ethical public servants. And I think that's what we're driving. So when we talk professionalization, we're not talking about registration. It's important that for councils, SACPCMP, my colleague was saying, they want to increase the number of professionals that get registered because it's a revenue for us. It's a fact. But when you have that PR, it imposes on you an added responsibility. Please, that PR number that's next to your name when you sign, it's not just for you to be paid more, but there is an added responsibility that comes with you being called a professional. My colleagues will kill me if I don't tell you who's CBE. I'm restating the known. It's Googleable. We've got 9 professional councils that fall within CBE. And we fight for a number of issues. And one of them that my colleagues will attest to is the one that I raised about the number of females that are being converted. Let's take ECSA. How many applications do you receive a year? About? 2,000. What's your conversion rate? Less than 10%. And how many of those are women? That's what we fight about. Because when I go to Parliament and say, ECSA received 3,000 applications in this financial year, they only converted 10% that were registered as PR. Only of those 1% or 3% were women. Then I present the 13% demographic changes or statistics in the sector. Then politicians in Parliament or MPs, they will say, but you guys are playing games. So that's what we fight about with my colleagues, that we need to have developmental programs, mentorship programs. That's why then the programs that they were presenting, we're trying to address these challenges that I'm pointing out. I think I've covered this. That's really what CBE does. And I've actually amplified this in terms of what is our mandate. So today we are discussing the last part. So Nosizwe, I think the next challenge is that maybe Prof can tell me, do you have students who are regarded as disabled students in our faculties, HOD? Not in your department.
But in the faculty.
In the school? We do have. We need to have a session with them. Because you see, we are supposed to engage them. What are the challenges that they face, at least at university? Because we know what they're going to face outside in the work environment. So in that engagement, you bring them. If it means that this venue is not conducive for them to come here, we'll find another venue. So Nosizo is sitting next to you, we'll coordinate that engagement. Because colleagues, we can't be sloganeering. So we must practicalize these things that we want to do. Now, Cabinet approved this framework in 2022 to say we must professionalize the built environment sector. There are specific things in the doc, it's available online. Prof will share it with you. You can circulate to students. They talk about 3 categories. One of them is professionalization, what it is to be a professional, and professionalism. So they define what it is. So I'm not going to tear students, but there's an element of discipline, individual, and the sector. That's what we are mandated to look into. That is why when I speak about the sector, individuals, as well as the discipline, because they're all interchangeable in the document. There are a couple of things that we've been mandated to do, which are within the parameters of what Sithoile, ECSA, and EAPASA, and everyone else we're speaking to. So what the Cabinet has done, they did not give us new mandate. They just said, do it correct. So that's what we are trying to drive correct. So when we come to university and ask these questions as part of your accreditation process, I know my colleagues from council, they're up in arms. They don't want CBE to be there. Let me tell you why CBE must be there. In an event where there's a dispute between a university and a council in terms of the accreditation, you can write to CBE and complain about the process, about the buddy-buddy relationship that exists between the assessors and the assessed. Then we can mediate. And we write a report that says we, as the Council for the Built Environment, confirm that the accreditation given to UJ was credible and legit. So if you take the observers that go around when they're election, that's what we do. We're not part of the process. We just want to observe on what you guys do. In one of the universities we went there, I won't mention the name. So we're dealing with an architecture program. So it was a white boys club. So we said they must take us to their 4th year class. It was a white boys club again. We said, take us to your 1st year class. Demographics are different. So there were more white students, or black students in the 1st year class. Yes, there were white students. We said, okay, what happened to the black student in that class? They all dropped out. You know why? So I'm revealing the secret, Prof, you know. Universities get more money when they admit more 1st year students, and the grant depreciates as students go into other level. So universities don't have no interest in keeping you for longer. So they've gotten the grant up front, and then you become a liability if you stay in the program. So that's why they won't keep you. So if you drop out, it's okay for them. But it can't be, because then the numbers that you talk about won't change. So that's what we do with council. And I think my colleagues have done this in terms of what the entire value chain is. I think we are challenging each other as colleagues to focus on that level of 15 to 18. And we want to make it as a prerequisite when we accredit universities. So we want to know, Prof, how many awareness career programs that you do in schools? Because we need to get those young kids to be interested, not to want to do robotics. They must come and do construction managers. Obviously, we must do, who would want to join a career where I know that I might be held hostage on site? Because I'm a contractor, I'm are there wanting a 30%. So I won't allow my son wants to do architecture. I was like, no, don't go there. But the point I'm making, we need to do more work around encouraging young people to come into the sector. The colleagues have spoken about this. The reason why I want to highlight this point of that your PR can be revoked, Sithoile put it eloquently, that I would have. That your membership is dependent on your behavior. It's not for life. So it can be revoked. So issues of ethics become important. And I think from where we're sitting as a sector and as council, our view is simple, colleagues. We have an interest in ensuring that people register because we have made a call, which has been supported by Cabinet, that public infrastructure will not be done by people who are not registered. And I think it's gaining traction. We were at Minmec a couple of weeks ago. All the public works, MECs and HODs are now in agreement with us because they're struggling. And we are now saying, as part of that process, we must relook at the CIDB regime. And my colleague Bongani, who's not here, unfortunately, agrees with me that you can't be, because you are breathing, therefore you're a contractor. So, I mean, it doesn't make sense. So they are creating a category, at least for qualified students who at least have a degree. They don't start at level 1, they start at level 3. So that process is unfolding. So if you want to get into construction, at least you won't start at level 1, because there's an acceptance that at least you are competent enough to understand the basics of the sector. But I think it's a struggle that we will fight because some of our mothers who were teachers left teaching to start construction companies. They are stuck at grade 6. They can't move because there are things that they do not know. So once we put these criteria through CIDB processes, I'm sure you'll see opportunities coming up for yourself. But it is important for colleagues to register because of that. The last one I think that I want to address as I sit chair is that let's create opportunities for young people, HOD. Let's mentor them the best way we can. And through our interventions at various levels, we'll create those exit strategies where colleagues can be gainfully employed, at least as a minimum. We are running a program. Currently, it's a set number that we have. Got about 846 unemployed graduates. We have made a decision as a council, it's just only us, that will place them. But we'll place them where they can gainfully be employed or be employed as candidates, working with our colleagues from MISA and different sectors, entities. At least by the next 2 years, those candidates at least won't exist. Then obviously there will be numbers coming through, but at least that one we committed to place them. And we are placing them as we speak. So they will be engaged. So I think that's our contribution that we're making. So we do call students to take advantage of these opportunities and come through when these partnerships are actually created, because that is where you can get the information. And please respect your lecturers. These people know everything. So please respect them and support the work that they do. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Myeza. We are almost at the end of our program, but however, I wanted us to take just about a 10 minutes ad break before the Q&As that will be facilitated by Professor Clinton. Thank you very much. To the young people out there, I just wanted to remind you that as earlier it's been said, it's a youth month, and just to remember that the youth of June 16, they played a critical role in this country in terms of ensuring that you also get equal opportunities. So the next session, it's all about that. You'll be offered the opportunity to ask all relevant questions to our speakers who were giving their presentations earlier. So I will now like to call on Mr. Kobus to come and take his seat, and then Dr. Sithoile as well, Ms. Kgomo, as well as Mr. Moulelo. Professor Clinton will be the one facilitating this next round. Thank you.
This next session is going to be an interesting one, and I'm sure you will agree with me in that all the presentations that have been made today, they have been very thought-provoking. I like the presentation that was made by the MISA acting CEO. I like that your youth graduate program, and I think I like the money you're also paying. And I think I'm sure for the students also it's one of the takeaways from the program, right? That is something you need to look critically into. The beauty of it, sorry, I'm singling that one out. The beauty of it is that you are actually contributing, you are part of the government structure to actually help to preserve and to build new infrastructure. And I like the dimension that MISA is thinking. It's not just about the new infrastructure, we also need to start thinking about the ones that we have already built. Then the ECSA presentation. ECSA, I always see ECSA as, I see them as, you know, if you watch soccer, I know Dr. Myeza watches soccer a lot. If you watch soccer, ECSA is like Mbappe and Neymar in the professional registration. So when you talk about ECSA, everybody is scared. The other one that is very interesting is I call them SACPCMP. I got it right? Yes, so very interesting councils and all that, and much more. I want to say that it has been very interesting, and all the discussions this morning, there have been something that we need to critically consider. This section is going to be a question and answer. It's now time for us, even the audience online, to ask questions, depending on what you have been thinking, any aspect you want you to handle. And in this particular section, I really want to give more attention to the women to ask questions. Okay? I'm really going to give more attention. If I see more hands from men, I will. If I don't recognize you, you must just know that I need to be very transformative this morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are open for question and answer. So, in case you want to ask any question, you can just see your hands up. Let's take the first round of questions. Wow, I see a lot of hands. David, thank you so much. Let's start with the women. Yes, let's start from there. Yes, let's start from the overflow. Thank you very much. Please introduce yourself. Let's know what your name is, what you are studying. Then you ask your question. Let's make it very brief. Thank you.
Good day, Liphadzi. I studied construction. I did my honors in quantity surveying. I practiced as a drone pilot, so I'm moving into digitalization within the construction industry. Well, my question is to the panel, or anybody could answer, is that when we talk about youth, we talk about technology. How do you help to introduce technology within an academic system or the industry as a whole? Because I know as a drone pilot, I was exposed to technology within that. So I would like to know, how do you help the youth to be tech ready for where we are going as a nation, as a country, and as the world? So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Trainee Dinyake. I've studied construction management and currently studying quantity surveying at honors degree level. I have two questions. Okay, again, to Ms. Kgomo, I'm working for the municipality. I was very interested when I got here, Ms. Kgomo was on the stage. I have two questions. Under MISA and ECSA. I had Ms. Kgomo mentioning the young profession program. What I would want to know is young profession in the local municipality level. So my question is to find out if there are any plans, or is MISA doing anything to support the employees or the experts or the municipal workers that are working currently at the municipalities to eventually finding themselves registered as profession? I have noted that there's a program for young professional, for young graduates.
That's one.
Yes, and for ECSA, I would want to find out, because I had the presenter saying that for one to register, you need to have studied at a recognized institution of higher learning. I want to check from what level is an institution of higher learning. Are you taking into consideration people that studied in the FET levels, which are at diploma level and eventually have pursued their qualifications? And also I want to check if does ECSA also take into recognition of prior learning in order for someone to eventually having registered? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other hand?
Good day, my name is Wita Bonyati and I'm pursuing my undergraduate studies in construction management. I wanted to ask Ms. Kgomo, she mentioned extensively about the youth graduate program. I wanted to find out if there's a specific website to apply and when do applications open on an annual basis? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day, my name is Lerato Make. I'm currently doing my undergrad in construction management and quantity surveying. My question is also based on Ms. Kgomo for MISA.
I told you.
My apologies for that.
It's okay.
My question is, I heard that you saying that it's mostly preferably if you are from a disadvantaged background. I wanted to ask what are your criteria for disadvantaged background?
Okay. Let's add 2 more. Then we'll take this round and go back.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ntsega Mlambo from University of Johannesburg, Doornfontein campus. I'm doing my final year in BEng Second Civil Engineering, and I'm also the current Secretary General of the UJ Civil Tech Forum. My question is based on Ms. Kgomo from MISA. My question is, how does the municipality infrastructure grant work towards accelerating infrastructure delivery in the municipalities?
Thank you. That was very brief. Let's take 1 more. Yes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Katuchelo Mseta. I'm an electrical engineering graduate with 60. I'm pursuing my master's degree in engineering management. I just want to make a comment before. So there's a stats about the engineering capacity, mostly in the municipalities. From my observation, it is that the municipality themselves, they do not have the will to capacitate themselves when it comes to the technical skill, because is their way. The Eastern Cape stats, it's a true reflection of what is happening. And if you check the infrastructure of those municipalities, and including the provinces, the state itself reflects the lack of engineering capacity, more especially on the infrastructure when it comes to water and also the electricity. So my question to MISA is, we understand that there's a need to sort of give opportunities to the youth, but the question is there a will to capacitate those particular municipalities? Just for example, in Limpopo, you cannot have 9 registered professionals when you have got more than 15 local municipalities, and you also have about 6 district municipalities. Is there a will to capacitate them so that people can be more interested? The reason why people don't want to work in municipalities, it's because there's a shorter ceiling compared to big organization. And shorter ceiling means opportunities. So there are very few opportunities in municipalities. People get stuck there without progression for a very long time.
Okay.
So my last one, I don't know where to direct it to. Let's just make it a sort of comment, right? Okay, let me just direct this to the CEO. This is like based on my experience, right? It's gonna be one of the most controversial one, and can I please be allowed to finish my point before people can react to it?
Okay, make it a little bit short.
Yes,
Thank
this
you.
is gonna be a short one. When it comes to women in engineering, right? A lot of women, they happen to make it to the entry level of engineering, but they divert from the technical space to the administration space. This is because of their commitments mostly to marriage. Others is that they don't like to travel and relocate. Some, they don't want uncomfortable space, right? But unfortunately, engineering is one of those spaces whereby those who are practicing it have to live or practice it in a very uncomfortable space where you will have to sleep in a place where it's not a 5-star luxury hotels, where it has to be lodges, and women don't want that, where you have to drive for more than 500 kilometers to attend to faults and other issues. So what is it that the government are doing, right, to alert or to make it an awareness to women before they could join or once they've joined the engineering space, to say, this is what you should expect going forward when you want to go technical, instead of going to the managerial positions, which they've got more advantage compared to men because of the programs driven by the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I think I'm going to open it up for the CEOs and the panelists to speak to any of the questions that speaks to your area of work. We have 2 mics there. And go ahead. Should be okay.
Is it on? Yes. Or should you just speak to it?
Yes, just speak to it.
Thank you very much to the young people for your very thought-provoking and extremely challenging questions. I'll start with, I think it's Lutando, you'll pardon me if I didn't get the name right, who was asking about how do we introduce technology in the built environment. And I'm sure the other colleagues will respond to that as well. But from a MSIZI perspective, we do acknowledge the need to introduce a new way of doing things in the built environment space. And what we have particularly done in MSIZI, we're establishing what we call a design office. And that is where the, things like your drones and, artificial way of, I don't know what you call it. I'm not an engineer. I'm neither techno-savvy. But we're establishing a design office that will enable engineers in municipalities to actually do those designs themselves and rely less on consultants. And that also partly answers one of the questions that was asked in terms of how then do we get, I think that the gentleman who just spoke last, because I just wanted to try and kill 2 birds at the same time, that opportunities in municipalities are few. Opportunities are few because of the high reliance on consultants. Most of the work that's in the built environment is done by consultants. So now, if we empower and capacitate officials in municipalities to be able to do the work, then more opportunities will be created to even get more qualified professionals, young people, to come and do things like designs instead of relying more on consultants. And then Chwene, you reflected that you work in a municipality and you want to know whether there are any plans to support municipalities, and the answer is yes. So we have a number of capacity development initiatives in MSIZI. The Young Graduates is just but one of the many programs we have an artisan development program, which is very similar to the Young Graduates program, where we try to build on the apprenticeship pool, because what I said earlier about the lack of operations and maintenance is because we don't have these artisans. So we take the artisans from TVET colleges, and then we expose them also to experiential learning so that they can get their trade certificates and be able to trade as apprentices. We also have a municipal capacity development program that focuses on the officials that are currently sitting in municipalities doing work in the built environment space. So those that have, that are beyond 35 and that may not aspire to go back to the class or lecture rooms to study, we have a program that we call the RPL, so that at least they can also get some recognition for the work that they've done, for some qualifications that they have, such that they can also get some technical skills. We also have a program of supporting municipal officials also through the professional registration program. So we do have programs aimed at supporting municipal officials and not only just bringing young graduates and artisans from outside. BTEPO is asking if there's a specific platform to apply, and yes, we use newspapers, specifically City Press and Sunday Times, to advertise for the young graduate program, and my team is informing me that the next advert should be out towards the end of July. Our website also does advertise for the Young Graduates Program, and I know sometimes it's not easy to access the website. Witepo told me during the tea break that I checked your website and it says it's under development. I have a colleague here from our comms and marketing. I'm sure he's also taking note of that. So I think there's a bit of work that we need to do on our website, but target the Sunday papers, City Press and Sunday Times. And then Lerato wants to know what the criteria is when we talk about young graduates coming from disadvantaged backgrounds. Mainly we look at designated groups, which is your youth, black people, people with disabilities, females. And we also consider your background in terms of whether there's an income in your family that would be sufficient for you not to be part of the program. So we look at such things. And I know it may be subjective at times. We'll have to find a way of tightening that, because when we say you're disadvantaged, then it sounds like we are closing out and excluding others. But we are mainly targeting especially communities where we know that there's a high unemployment rate and the like. How does the municipal infrastructure grant work to accelerate infrastructure delivery? So the municipal infrastructure grant was primarily established or introduced to eradicate backlogs. The municipal infrastructure grant is more than 15 years old. I think it was introduced in the early 2000s. And the main objective of the municipal infrastructure grant was to eradicate backlogs, because we had just established a new system of local government in 2000, where the new system of municipalities was introduced. And then there was a realization that there were a lot of backlogs that municipalities were not in a position to eradicate without getting any financial injection from government. Then that's how the municipal infrastructure grant was established. I hope that answers your question. And then I think I also did reflect on the last question in terms of whether there's a way to capacitate municipal employees, and I did indicate that we do have programs in MISA that don't only focus on bringing young unemployed professionals into the system, but actually also capacitating those that are already in the system. And you're very correct about their willingness. Some are not willing to further their studies. As I said, some are above the ages of 50 and the like, and they don't see the need to actually go and pursue any academic qualification. So we introduce short courses so that at least they are also empowered in terms of new developments, because like we were rightfully saying earlier, technology is evolving. There's new ways of construction, so they should also be exposed to that. So they might not be given degrees, they might not be in a position to go and get academic qualifications, but we give them short courses and workshops on a continuous basis. I think I've answered most, if not all of the questions.
All right, thank you. Any other colleagues that want to speak to any aspect? I think we are still missing some questions. There's a question on ROPA to ECSA. Okay, thank you very much, Doc.
Okay, thank you. The technology one as well, just to highlight that the councils, I think you heard from ECSA where they said they accredit programs. So the councils are involved in the accreditation of programs. And they are reviewed every 5 years, right? So when they do the reviews and so forth, they are able to bring in the technology issue. So that's one of the ways it's, we are dealing with, ensuring that we include technology within the programs. Then the issue of the women, I think, let me answer that as a man, instead of leaving my colleague here to respond. And you said women exit the space because of social commitments, and that's where the problem is. Because why are the men not supporting their women? Because I'm married to a geologist. My wife is a geologist, and at some point I made a decision to leave my job and join her as a man. But we don't, because we as engineering men, it's a boys' club. It's all about our opportunities as men. It's all about us and moving forward. Why are we not supporting our wives and our women? And the same way that you spoke about Prof. Mala, Doc, you introduced disabled ramps at Wits. Why are we not introducing 5-star hotels at construction camps for the women? We are serious, isn't we are saying we are serious about change?
Sure.
So why are we not introducing comfortable accommodation for the ladies on those side camps, so that if we are really serious about transformation and changing this and ensuring that our women stay within the sector. So we are making decisions. I find it we always make these decisions and assumptions for the women, and also the salary scales. If I can ask Myeza now to say your municipal officials, the salary for the women versus the main engineer, the guys are earning more than the women. So you find what then happens is, instead of maybe the husband saying, okay, my wife, I'm gonna go with you, he can't because the salary is lower. But if the women were earning the same salaries as the guys, then the husband is able to follow the wife, and we keep these women within the sector. So there are lots of issues that go beyond just to say women get married, women have babies, women want to stay at home. I don't think that's the right way to look at it. We all need to change.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sithoile.
Okay, from my side, I think the first question around technology, I think it has been responded to, but maybe I can just add, some of the initiatives that we have spearheaded as ECSA to ensure that we introduce technology into the industry. As you know, the engineering of today is not the same as engineering of 20 years ago. There's been lots of advances in technology. We now know about the artificial intelligence, this fourth industrial revolution. I think it is important that as graduates in the engineering profession are able to move with the times. So as ECSA, we have started by digitizing started a process rather of digitizing our old processes at ECSA. As you know, previously we needed to do everything manually. We have now embarked on a process where you will be able to get the whole suite of services from ECSA in a digital platform. And we are also going to be running hackathons through the various universities across the country so that we can see how best we can assist each other in the industry going forward. With regards to the question on the qualifications from registered institutions of higher learning, maybe I need to backtrack a bit. ECSA, yes, does accredit academic institutions, particularly the public ones, but there are a few private institutions as well whose programs have been accredited by ECSA. But we do acknowledge that there may be instances where you find people who've obtained qualifications from other institutions, perhaps even outside the borders of South Africa. And we feel that as ECSA, we shouldn't close the door on these people. They should also get an opportunity to register with ECSA. So what we do in such cases, we would do an evaluation of the qualification itself so that we can be able to determine what the substantial equivalent of that qualification is in South Africa. So yeah, we do allow people that have qualifications from non-accredited institutions to be able to register to ECSA, but obviously the category in which they register will be dependent on what we found the substantial equivalent of their qualification to be. So currently we have 5 categories, as I mentioned earlier on: professional engineer, professional technologist, certificated engineer, professional technician, as well as your specified category practitioner. Now, the specified category practitioner, the base qualification there, it could be anything from your NATED courses. I know they've dealt away with N1 to N3. I think it would now start from N5 to N6, if memory serves me well. These are people that may not necessarily be qualified engineering technicians or technologists, but some way or somehow they are involved in the engineering profession. An example would be someone maybe who's operating as a lifting machinery inspector in a mine. They do not necessarily have to have an engineering qualification per se, but they are working in an engineering environment. So ECSA has developed a specified category so that those people can be able to register and be able to work in the mining industry. There was another, and yes, there is a recognition for prior learning throughout the registration categories, except for a professional engineer. I'm not sure what the reason for that is, but if someone, for example, is registered as a professional technician and they want to be registered as a professional engineering technologist, they do not necessarily need to go and study for a BTEC qualification. There is a way that they can register through the recognition of prior learning if they've amassed enough experience and they are found to be competent in operating as professional technologists. We can register them as technologists, for an example. There was another question around capacity building in municipalities. So we've been engaging with the affected parties with effect from 2021 around the identification of engineering work, which is aimed at ensuring that people who are practicing engineering are registered persons in the relevant categories. So we have been engaging with all the affected parties, from industry, even the academic, the institutions of higher learning through the Dean's Forums. Maybe, Prof, going forward, maybe we need to start maybe engaging with the university so that we can be given a platform to engage with the students directly. I think maybe that is where the gap could be. But as ECSA, we've made various partnerships to ensure that we assist municipalities in building that capacity. So initially we had planned to engage from 2021 up until the end of 2023. where we are expecting the enforcement of the identification of work to begin. But we have had to halt that process as we acknowledge that not a lot of engagement had taken place and that, there was a lot of confusion around how this is going to be implemented. So the CE has advised that we extend the consultation process by an additional 2 years, starting from beginning of April this year up until the end of 2025. But what is going to be different with these consultations now is that we are going to the affected parties themselves. We are not only asking them to give us their plans in terms of how they are going to comply, we are assisting them in developing those plans so that when the policy becomes effective, everyone is not left out.
All right.
I'm not sure if I've covered all of them. Yes. Yeah, maybe the last question on women in engineering. We acknowledge that, transformation is very, very important. In our country, it's one of the policies for employment. So we need to come up with ways. I understand that for some women it might be difficult, working in far-flung areas, having to look after their children. But we need to really come up with ways in which we can entice women to join us in engineering, because we believe it is only when everyone is included that we can go forward as a country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good day, colleagues and students. From the council side, just in terms of, yes, the question in terms of the technology, I'm sure there's been a lot of evidence in terms of that that's already been mentioned by the colleagues. But from the council's perspective, we are also making sure that we keep up to date with the latest technology, especially with registrations of the various categories, as well as the training that is linked to those various professions. So as the training and the experience, it's linked with the technology, etc., we also take that into consideration and recognize that when we do our registrations accordingly. I can also mention in terms of the women in construction, when we especially look from a council's perspective, the amount of women registering as project managers, construction managers, and as well as in the health and safety registrations, that I'm pleased to say that our amount of registrations are picking up over year after year. It is increasing at least, so we don't have a decline in terms of that. But yes, I agree with all the panelists and the feel around the room as well, that it must definitely improve, and there is definitely an area and where females in the construction industry and the sector has got an important role to play. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for the panelists? Thank you. However, there's a question that was not, I think there was a question on the FET colleges that how do they register with ECSA?
Okay. So previously, we did not cater for people with qualifications from the FET colleges. But now we have actually started engaging with the FET colleges so that we can also rope them in either as specified category practitioners.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I think on the women in construction question, the young man that raised those questions talked about a whole lot of things. And as a construction professional myself, I'm just thinking, contractors, they are paid preliminaries when they are working in an uncomfortable environment. And those particular sum of money are supposed to be meant for conducive living for the workers. So I think it's just a thing of basically the construction company owners or the project managers don't see a need to kind of have a separate arrangement for women, which is something we must critically think about, because we can't say that our sisters or our younger sisters or our elder sisters should basically have the same criteria as us. We all take care of them. So we need to really be deliberate to say that we need to take care of them, because if we have more population of women and we exclude them from the industry, we are going to have the issue where we talk about some municipalities not having engineers at all. And CEO and the panelists, something that came to my heart when the CEO was talking about issues of lack of engineering capacity. I'm just looking at Limpopo. I know that most of our students are from Limpopo. Most of our engineering students are from those areas. So when they finish studying, how come we are not able to take them back to work in those areas? So I think MSIZI can be able to help us based on those programs, because most of the engineering students, because the University of Limpopo don't have engineering program. And we know that most of the students that we have, they are all from those particular areas, from the Northwest, Mpumalanga and all that. But at the end of the day, how do we attract them back? If we're not able to solve that particular issue of attraction, we are really going to struggle. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the last round of questions. In case you have any question to the CEO of CBE, please ask, or you want to ask any of the student chapter any question how to join. Let's take some more questions, the very last round of the questions. David, a lot of questions. Let's start from there, then we'll come back. Please make sure your hand doesn't go forgotten. Make it short, go ahead.
Okay, hi everyone. So my name is Tando. This goes out to everyone that spoke today on mentorship. So Dr. Sithoile mentioned that they have more professionals than they do candidates, and there are CPD points that they award to the professionals for every one candidate they mentor per year. And after 5 years, they won't register them if they don't meet the criteria of the 5 CPD points. So my question is, how do you ensure that your mentors actually coach the candidates, or rather the students? Because you get instances where students go into a company and they don't practice what they actually studied for, and they end up becoming admin staff to do photocopies for the next 5 years. So how do you ensure that the students are coached by their mentors?
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Faranani Gete. I'm a PhD candidate at Wits University, and I also serve at the City of Joburg, Building Development and Management. So my question is directed to the most popular women in the room, from MISA. So it goes like this. So we have over 250 municipalities in South Africa. So what I want to understand is, how does the support or working relationship with all of these municipalities look like? Do you have like professionals stationed in all of these municipalities? Or if you are able to just give the overview of how this working relationship is like. Because part of the reason why I'm asking, I've been with the City of Joburg for some years now. And all those years that I've been there, I've never really interacted with anyone from MISA. Thank you.
All right, testing. Good morning again. My name is Kabelo. All right. So my question, it relates actually to the CBE and regarding the matter of the NSG, the National School of Governance, mostly because, may I please have that previous paper? Since there was a very key point that was spoken earlier where it says, I quote, that they would be enforcing the legislation and making it illegal for non-registered persons to administer and lead infrastructure projects, end quote. So the main questions that I actually had were, what are the ways that this will be enforced? Will it be on towards companies, employees, both? And how long do candidates and or graduates have to register before consequences catch up in the sense? So yes, those are the questions.
Yes. Greetings to the sitting. My name is Tato Sekweli here at the UJ.
Faculty of Engineering. Mine is more of an input than a question. So the input starts with the curricula, the pedagogy of teaching and learning. Prof, you also spoke about a robust approach. So when looking at the robust approach, we need to look at the dynamics between how the scope is being carried out, the scope of change within the built environment, and the velocity of change within the built environment. So we have to consider the robust transformation of technological advancement that now we have seen that the the engineering faculty within this institution has introduced new methods of teaching and learning that the spectrum goes from data science, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and others. So within that spectrum, then we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach. So that's moving from traditional rigorous approach to incorporating a multidisciplinary approach that encompasses a holistic approach that involves everyone to bridge the gap, to bring transformational solutions. So those transformational solutions looks at the velocity of change and how we are implementing and how we are conducive in effecting those programs. So those programs need the CBE to fast track the gap between transitioning from institution to be able to looking at the councils in engineering applications, how we can be able to monitor and evaluate those qualification versus the professionalization of what is required to encompass the students or candidates within the engineering and the faculty, and how is a concept of multidisciplinary approach being practiced to encompass the curriculum, and also looking at the bridging the gap. How does the technology advances meet us in terms of doing the notion of what is required with these issues that we are currently discussing as building a South African future that is integrated within the intelligent built environment and also within the infrastructure proliferation of how we are having an overarching vision that everybody plays a role and into building the nation, investing into the infrastructure and growing together so that we see a super glue that is holistic in its approach so that each and everyone knows what is their input more than what the country can do for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm asking on behalf of the youth. I realize you didn't particularly want to give me the opportunity, but this question relates to the youth. Just a quick one, Chairperson. Maybe the CEO, Dr. Myeza, can respond. Alternatively, we can leave that maybe for the next round when we organize another event. It's very hot, yeah. That's the issue. Just maybe to plot a scenario, the chartered accountancy in South Africa, they've got over 52,000 professional membership. Engineers has, I think, just over 14,000. Quantity surveyors has got over 2,600. You can see the disparity where I'm actually going. And the bottleneck is in the built environment space. There's obviously a huge bottleneck in after graduation in becoming a professional member. And my question is, what is the different councils, including the CBE, actually doing? Because we can talk professionalization, but if we don't have enough throughput on the other side, we will have this conversation in the next 5, in the next 10 years. So the important aspect I really just want to try and ask is, what are the methods that are put in place to make sure that graduate after they've done the in-service training, how do we improve the throughput? We as university, we supply, but on the other side, the throughput is actually low. I mean, ECSA just mentioned that their throughput rate is less than 10%. So if that is the case, we can extrapolate in the next 10 years, we'll still have 300-400 members that becomes professional engineers. And actually, I think that is the biggest elephant in the room that needs to be addressed. Maybe the second one, Chairperson, briefly, is EAPASA, maybe they can also explain, there are 480 credit qualifications that they require for becoming a professional member. Which qualifications do they require? MSIZI didn't particularly include quantity surveyors, architects, and occupational health and safety professionals in their presentation. Are those not included, or are they excluded? I'm particularly jealous with quantity surveyors and health and safety graduates because they reside in my department. So I'm more interested to understand if they also are given the opportunity. Building inspectors as well, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think this question is from the, not just the youth, it's asked on behalf of the youth. Thank you. Yes. Okay.
My name is Jojo Kaimbe. I'm the chairperson of the UJCV Tech Forum. My question is more like a comment also. So, as professional engineers today, technologists or technicians, is there a mandate or a law to force them to train the youth before retiring, or it's a voluntary work? For instance, today, I once talked with a civil engineer. I stand to be this, but he told me that in South Africa, there are less bridge engineers because most of them have retired already. My input on this would be maybe to suggest if the entities today like ECSA could work on trying all those professional engineers, even after retire, to avail themselves those who will come after them, so that the numbers of engineers are always higher.
Okay. Thank you. There's a hand here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. I just want to thank you for the wonderful discussion so far and the insights that we shared. I just have two questions. The first one is directed to EAPASA. So I think you mentioned about like some 6 key competencies that are required for you to be registered to the CANS Association. So I just wanted to ask if there's maybe something that is being done to engage with students so that to ensure that they meet with these expectations, because like as you're saying, going through all those key competencies, talking of first, my name is Amit Mkobavi. I'm doing civil engineering at UJ. So it worries me that some of the competencies that you mentioned are some of the things that we don't take like as much seriously. When you come across such modules, we do not find the relevance in what you are studying, but from what you shared, we begin to see. So I think it's not only like for myself only, but like I noticed like with the case with the most students that those things are not taken seriously, and we find like students get to final year without knowing how to do, for example, a literature review. And it's worrying as well. So I just wanted to know, like, is there some things that are doing, for example, like I know with ECSA, they introduced graduate attributes. So, when you're doing some modules, they make sure that there are certain graduate attributes that you have to meet in order to qualify to pass for that module. So I wanted to ask if EAPASA is doing something like that to make sure that students meet to the key competencies. And the last one is, since everyone is directing a question to them, I might as well just, direct one to them. So it's about MSIZI. It's directed to MSIZI. So you mentioned all the challenges, the shortage of mentors and inadequate work exposure. So I wanted to ask is, let's say I'm in youth that is passionate about making a change in the community. I sign up for the graduate program, and then I get there, I do not find a mentor, I do not find the work exposure that, you know, that I'll be expecting. What is the guarantee that, you know, what, I don't know, like, what are my rights regarding to that? What will happen, like, if that case happens? Will I end up just doing the 2 years without a mentor, not necessarily getting the work exposure, or like I end up like doing admin work, you know, like what she was mentioning, like doing photocopying and stuff, and not necessarily getting the relevant work exposure in the field? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we just take one. Let's take one here. Then we take these ones. I see another hand there. Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay.
My name is Kwenaite. I'm final year at UJ and also part of SACPCMP, South African Institute of Civil Engineers. So I'd just like to start with the statistics here. According to the BBC News, a new survey of more than 4,500 young people in Africa, aged 18 to 24, found that 52% of them are likely to consider immigration in the next few years, citing economic hardships and educational opportunities as the top reason. So with the high unemployment rate in the country, this has led to an excessive brain drain in the country. And a lot of the professionals who are skilled in the years have emigrated to Australia and all these countries. So my question is that, what are the mitigation strategies in involving individuals to retain, retention and repatriation of young people who have the knowledge to bring it down to the young graduates? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's do the young man at the back. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. My name is Moya. I'm currently doing my PhD in operations management. So I just have two questions. The first one is directed to Myeza. Well, initially I wanted to ask in terms of your youth program. So my question was, is there any platform or any other that you are utilizing in terms of bridging the gaps? Because in terms of the stats that you displayed here, especially the one from Limpopo, which is just so bad. So, but then I heard from the first round of questions that you have already kind of answered or highlighted that, right? So, but then, just in passing, I just wanted to ask, you mentioned during your presentation again, that regarding the program as well, that you even had us guessing, actually, in terms of the stipends and all that, right? So I quickly went to Google just to check, right? And then I came across a different story, of which you mentioned around 15,000, and it was like 6,000. That obviously it was last year, so I just wanted to check or confirm if maybe is it something that maybe this year maybe your budget was increased or something. But yeah, that is that. And then my second question will be directed to ECSA as well. And then here I just wanted to touch in terms of registration or maybe to become a member, right? So this is the Council of Engineering, right? So as I mentioned, I come from Department of Quality and Operations Management, so I'm doing my PhD in Operations Management. So, but then, my question is, do you consider, or in terms of selection, some of the qualifications, since we come from this department, which is under the umbrella of what? Engineering, right? Do you consider those qualifications as well? Or at the PhD level, that's where we are doing engineering management, or that's when you can only consider us? So that's the question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I was going to say that the PhD does not really count for a route to registration. We need to really understand that. The PhD is like a lottery of people that want to be called doctors. Okay, so I just wanted to quickly help with that so that even having a master's does not count. What they look at is your first degree most of the time. So that's, I'm sure he's going to provide more insight into that. Thank you. Let's take the questions here, then I will read out one, then we'll take the responses. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Prof. Is it afternoon now? Afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
I don't have much to say, but just, yeah, the questions they are really hot, and I'm sure you guys this side are ready to answer.
Okay. Let's make it quick.
Myeza, there is currently an academic hospital to be, I think, started in a few months to come in Limpopo. I'm just concerned with the stats that I saw. And having a lot of, Prof just elaborated that most of the engineering students, they come from that part of the country, but now seeing the professionals registered, it's alarming, I won't lie. He just, a fellow speaker there, just elaborated something that I also checked on Google. It's alarming. It's a youth month, and can we please maybe, I don't know, I don't want to be rude. I think the industry is rude actually to us people of color. I've been in the industry for some time now. I've experienced most of the things, and I'm not just setting up to maybe raise alarming statements. But can we please be taken serious? Maybe with everything that is being said to us, can someone maybe be accountable? I've had a lot of questions being raised, but I had a lot of questions, but only this one. Academic hospital coming in Limpopo, 4 billion rand project coming in Limpopo. 25 hectares of land have been given. What is to be done? Myeza, thanks.
Thank you very much. Then let's take the last two here. Right here, yes. Thanks. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Henon Muraudzi, and I am the chairperson of the South African Institution of Mechanical Engineers. So I just have an input. I hear we have a lot of questions and suggestions, but mine is more about how do we transfer the knowledge and skills that we are actually discussing today. It is no use. We are the youth today. This is our event, right? So what about the people that are coming? How do we transfer those skills? So how do we transfer all this knowledge? Because it's no use. In my language, it's vari muri ukwatirwa uche mtugu, meaning that a small tree is much more governable. So I'm just trying to actually find out how do we actually mitigate that to bring off the young ones into what we are thinking today. So that is my first suggestion or question, however you may want to put it. But also measuring the output of the high schoolers, like before they come into the universities and the institutions, let us actually make them aware of all these professional bodies, because sometimes we start getting to know about ECSA when we are done. ECSA is just trying to get their numbers. Sorry to put it that way, sorry ECSA. But I'm just trying to actually see it or make you understand from my point of view. So that was just it. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Thanks. Last question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is really, okay, sorry, my name is Aigbavboa from Construction Management Department. My question is related to the person concerning PhD route to being registered, and that question is directed to SACPCMP. I have a colleague whose undergraduate background is in real estate, but he has practiced as a construction manager for the past 7 years. He has a master's in construction management and as well a PhD in construction management. So is there an avenue to incorporate or bring in people with such background but experience in construction management to get registered? Thank you.
Thank you. And the very last question from me, this is from online. So there are people online. The gentleman is asking, Istabo, that this question goes to ECSA, that exercise that they evaluate foreign qualifications to establish substantial equivalence of such a qualification. And likewise, the South African Qualifications Authority carry out that mandate. I don't know if you are following me. So the young man is asking that there's SACWA here, that evaluates the equivalent of our qualification, wherever you're coming from, to the international qualification. Then ECSA is also saying they also have to evaluate the foreign qualification. So how does that work? Which evaluation supersedes the other? Thank you very much. Panelists, you have a lot of questions in your hand, and I hope with the brevity of time that we have, let's do justice to them. Thank you very much. Who is starting? Myeza.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm going to attempt to do justice to responding to the questions. I think I'll start with the mentorship question that was asked by Thando, that how do you ensure that mentors properly coach the graduates such that they eventually earn the points towards professionalization. Now, in my presentation earlier, I did mention that mentorship is very critical to the young graduates program. So we are taking it so seriously that we have even outsourced it. And we've outsourced it for a reason. We found that in the municipal space, we don't have enough mentors. And I did indicate that the people that we had hoped to be the mentors to the young graduates are very busy. They do not have the time. So we have appointed a service provider that does the mentoring for us. But over time, we are going to develop the skills within MISA because we do have engineers and town planners that are sitting in all 9 provinces supporting municipalities. So we want to empower them to become the mentors so that we don't always have to rely on service providers. So we do take the point very seriously. And I think that the gentleman also asked that what happens then if I don't earn my points? So our contract is flexible. I think when I did the presentation earlier, I said a minimum of 3 years and a maximum of 5 years. So we structure the contract in such a way that when you do exit the program, you have earned enough points. So we're just not going to dump you and say, look, unfortunately, things didn't happen the way we wanted. And that is why we're taking the mentorship very seriously, and we go to an extent of signing a contract that both the mentor and the mentee will be held accountable for. So Faranani asks the question, how MISA identifies the municipalities that we support. And you are correct, Faranani, that since you started working for COJ, you have not seen MISA. And there is logic to that. MISA's focus is on the most under-resourced municipalities. We do not actively participate and support metros because we have the understanding that metros have got the capacity and the capability to implement their infrastructure programs. Although that perception is starting to change now, when you see instances like what has happened recently in Tshwane, you see metros such as Mangaung always failing to provide quality services. So slowly we are getting into the metro space. But when MISA was established, we were primarily mandated to support the most under-resourced municipalities. So in all the 44 districts in the country, we have presence. So we do have engineers and town and regional planners that we have placed in all the 44 districts. The need on the ground is much more than what MISA can provide. If we had it our way, we would be present in all 257 municipalities. But because of limited resources, we are only focusing on those municipalities where the need is the highest. I think also to reflect on the question about why MISA is only focusing on certain disciplines and not on others. So when we started the Young Graduate Program, our focus was mainly on engineering, because as an entity, our mandate is basically on providing technical support to municipalities to enable them to implement their infrastructure projects. And then slowly as the program evolved, we started identifying other areas. That's how we now have town and regional planning. That's how we are now introducing a construction project management, environmental management. So incrementally, we are getting all those other disciplines within the built environment as part of our Young Graduate Program. So we can't go full scale. So like I'm saying, it's not that we don't consider those other disciplines as critical, but we just started with the ones that we thought this is where the immediate need is. And as I'm saying, as we are evolving, we can see now that there's gaps in other areas like your architects and your QSs and so on. And so most of these, to be quite honest, municipalities outsource. When we are starting to introduce these capacity building programs in municipalities such that they have the capacity to actually do that work and not always outsource. So I hope it answers the question why. And I can't make a commitment when we are going to start now introducing the other disciplines. I think the last question that I will respond to, or last two. So the gentleman asked about the stipend, and you went on Google to check about whether the information that I have presented is accurate or not. I am the acting accounting officer of MISA, so you can hold me accountable for saying that the stipend that we give to our young graduates is 15,000 rands a month. And it has always been for the past years. I think it started lower, but obviously as time goes, we have to increase based on CPI and so on. But as it stands now, it is 15,000 rands. Maybe you are confusing that with the internship. There's also the internship program where you actually have regulated stipends across government. But take it from me, it's 15,000 rands a month. The gentleman is very worried about the stats, and I think we are all worried that, for example, in Limpopo, you produce a lot of professionals, but where do those professionals go? Obviously, they go for greener pastures because they don't find opportunities in their own province. So then what do we do about it? And I think it should be a collective effort between government and the private sector. That you find that a big academic hospital is being built to the tune of, you said, what, 4 billion rands, and very few professionals from Limpopo are actually working on that project. So I think it begs the question, how do we then, as a government, as professional bodies, as the private sector, then put our heads together and devise a strategy of how do we retain the skills in the provinces that produce those skills. I come from the Northwest Province, and the municipalities in those provinces are some of the least attractive municipalities. Municipalities will advertise positions for Director of Technical Services in Kagiso somewhere deep in the Dr. Kgomo Pati, somewhere in Vryburg or so. And a professional who stays in Gauteng to relocate to that area, it will take a lot to actually, we can't even attract them through remuneration because now the municipality will not be able to sustain. So we're looking at ways of how do we then get professionals from those areas. Because if I studied in Northwest University and there's an opportunity in Northwest, I'll take that opportunity. But if I studied in Limpopo and Limpopo does not provide me any opportunity and Gauteng has got an opportunity, I'll definitely go to Gauteng. So I think it's a conversation that is very important, and we are also worried about these stats that we see, that we can't have so many professionals being produced, but very few of them actually working in government entities and government projects. So it's just about, I think, Dr. MSIZI, how do we then start the conversation at the level of government? How do we build the skills? How do we utilize the skills that we have produced to work in government projects? Because it's unfair that everything gets outsourced to your big, they are called the big fives. And yet you have young professionals who are saying, who are qualified to actually do the work. So maybe that one needs a bit more, engagement, because it's not anything that we can give responses to. But at least municipalities should take up some of these professionals. So the initiative that MISA, it's a drop in the ocean, but at least it's getting us towards municipalities appreciating that we've got young professionals that can actually do work in municipalities.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's make it a little bit sharp.
Thank you, Program Director. I think I'll take the next round, as many of the questions I think are directed towards us. I will start with the one where we are asking, what's the question? Oh, yeah, how do you ensure that the mentors are coaching the students, or rather the graduates? Yeah, that one is a bit of a heavy one, because there could be a number of reasons why they wouldn't be offering the graduates, the relevant training. In some instances, you'd find that maybe they are too busy. As CE has mentioned, they are too busy doing other things, and such that they do not have time to mentor the younger guys. Some of them are simply not interested in doing that at all. I've been in a situation myself where I was working for an organization which signed a commitment and undertaking with ECSA, where they committed to assist, us to be able to register. But when you speak to some of the people in HR, they're not even aware of that commitment and undertaking. So there's a whole lot of work that seriously needs to be done to ensure that, people are given, mentors that mentor graduates adequately, because it is only then that the young graduates can be able to register. So I've mentioned the commitment and undertaking. It's one of the ways in which, for lack of a better word, we are compelling some of the older people to assist the younger people to become registered. If they sign the commitment and undertaking, it's an agreement, where both parties need to play their part in mentoring, ensuring that the young graduates attend the relevant programs which will enable them to be able to register at a later stage. There was another question about what are some of the bottlenecks in the profession. What do we notice some of the bottlenecks that for people to become professionally registered? One of the challenges that we have mentioned, that we have seen, is that firstly, our database of professionally registered persons is very old and also very wide, which is something that really, as a country, we really need to do a whole lot more to ensure that we address those imbalances, so that it is reflective of the country that we are as South Africa. And the other challenge is that you find there are a lot of people who've been registered as candidates or remain candidates for 10, 15 years, and it is only when those people become registered themselves that we'll have more people that can then mentor some of the younger people, so that eventually everyone becomes registered. So how do we address those bottlenecks? We need to get some of the older people that are not registered. I think that is key amongst our deliverables as ECSA, and hence the identification of engineering work. We do not wish to scare people, but there will come a point where if you are not professionally registered, or if you are not working under the direct supervision and control of someone who's professionally registered, then if you are performing engineering work, you would actually be breaking the law. It will come to that at some point. But we hope with all of these engagements that we are having, and some of the support that we've given, for an example, the academies. So organizations where they did not have formal programs that are geared to assist people to become professionally registered, they can get registered with ECSA under one of the academies, and ECSA provides the programs that they can then roll out to the young graduates that are working within those organizations, and eventually they will then become professionally registered, for an example. There was another question about, is there a way that we can... Okay, yes. I think I've already addressed this one. It's, essentially, is there a way that we can force the registered persons to assist some of the younger people to register? I think I've addressed it with the first question. What mitigation strategies do you have to get the people not to leave the country? This one is It's difficult because ordinarily people move to where there are better, opportunities. I myself am not originally from Gauteng. I'm coming from another province, actually the furthest province in the land, and here I am because this is where I could get an opportunity to do what I love. So, how do we then stop other people? If people are moving because they are getting better opportunities elsewhere, I think it should be heralded as a good thing, but it is another thing if people are leaving the country because there are no opportunities at all. I believe South Africa is a country that has plenty of opportunities. I mean, whenever I go to some of the far-flung areas, you find that there's lack of resources. We're having issues now with Eskom. I mean, those are opportunities for some of the young people that are sitting in this room to come and provide the solutions. Perhaps that is what is needed, because clearly everything that we've been trying since the other people took over is not working. So I do not think it should be seen as a bad thing. I think there are some areas where as a country we need to do better to ensure that some of our skilled people remain in the country. What was the other one? Oh yeah, may I address this one before I go back to the other two? I think it's very important. The question that was posed online regarding the SACPCMP accreditation as well as the ECSA accreditation. I think SACPCMP operates from another framework which I think is called the Higher Education Skills Qualification Framework, where they assess the respective programs so that they can then be able to determine at what NQF level they are offered. But the evaluation that we do as ECSA is specifically looking at the engineering graduate attributes. These are aligned to the graduate attributes that are agreed to at the International Engineering Alliance. I do not know if all of you are aware that ECSA is a member of the International Engineering Alliance, and currently we are the only country in Africa that is part of the International Engineering Alliance. We are hoping that maybe in the next few years we'll have two. And I think this university ought to pride itself as some of its professors are assisting those countries to become IEA registered as well. Yeah. So those graduate attributes are actually what then determine in which level one would need to be registered. Unfortunately, SACPCMP is not able to do that evaluation. Only ECSA has the mandate to do so. So that is the difference between the two evaluations. How do we transfer the skills to the future for the future generations? That one, I think we need. We've already mentioned mentorship as one of the programs earlier on. It is. We believe. I mean, since way back, it has been the best way of learning how to do work. You learn on the job through somebody who's a bit more experienced than you. They share some of the knowledge, some of their shortcuts and all of that. And we believe that it is still the best way to transfer the knowledge. The ECSA has also developed a framework, but currently it is just used within ECSA for the skills transfers. When some of the older staff leave, then someone who's joining, who's new, who's maybe a year or two, they may not know or they may not have the knowledge that the older person had. So we've developed a framework that can then be used to assist people to transfer the knowledge. And I would like to agree with the gentleman that was speaking earlier on here that we only know about ECSA when we are done with our studies, and this should not be the case. Which is why we have now decided that we are going to engage in platforms of this nature. We hope that you are going to invite us again when you're having discussions of this nature so that the young students can see a whole lot more of ECSA. They can be able to acquaint themselves with the processes that they need to follow so that at the end of the day they can be able to register. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have two more respondents.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So the first question, in terms of the mentorship and ensuring that mentorship takes place, in terms of from the council's perspective in project and construction management, what the council has done is basically to make it a requirement that each registered person, of course, has to maintain a certain amount of CPD points during the 5-year registration period. As part of the CPD points, there is a possibility for the registered person to obtain CPD points for mentoring and coaching of candidates and other employees as well. So that's definitely something that is assisting a lot in ensuring that mentorship takes place and having an official contract, a mentorship contract between the mentor and the mentee. In terms of the bottleneck within the registrations, what the council has basically been doing as well as to ensure that the information that is shared and available to the registering candidates and personnel is to ensure that there's adequate information so that if a registration takes place, that the person knows exactly what is required, and of course being a helping hand as well to ensure that information is shared on a regular basis, as well as in areas that gets identified where there might be gaps in terms of training and so forth. The council is also participating with bodies such as CETA to develop certain training certificates, etc., to bridge those gaps, allowing the candidates to be able to progress in their registration categories. In terms of the last question regarding the route to registration from the construction management and project management experience, the council does acknowledge any training and experience within the built environment. So if a person has got that training and experience within the built environment, the council will recognize it as part of your registration process. So that will be taken into consideration. So there's no like a different route that needs to be taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sithoile.
All right, I think I'll try to be short as well. Whatever the team has talked about in terms of mentorship, we do, but I would like to address this issue differently because that's one of my headaches. Black, old professionals don't want to mentor. And one day you guys sitting here are going to be black, old professionals, and you are going to refuse to mentor your fellow brothers and sisters. That's where the bottleneck is, Doc. It's us. We don't want to mentor our own. Sorry, but the white guys mentor their own. And that's why they get registered on time. We need to change our mindset. That's all I can say. In terms of enforcement with EAPASA environmental practitioners, you don't practice. We find you, we penalize you. We've already penalized people. It's mandatory. If you are not registered as an environmental assessment practitioner, you cannot submit even an application form. And you are not allowed to be on that site investigating. It's a law as of 8 August 2022. So that there are no compromises. I've touched on bottleneck qualifications, anything that's around environmental. So you can come in. That's why we've got three ways of registering: RPL, recognition of prior learning, then equivalent qualification, where we look at those core competencies and check if your program is aligned. Then you will respond to very few questions. RPL, you respond to a whole lot of questions for you to prove competency. I think ECSA touched on it. We need to prove competency beyond your qualification. So if you don't have the correct degree, then you go through the RPL. Then you have to have completed 3 projects by yourself, so that's why you need a mentor, and you need to have at least worked for 3 years. So that's to be registered as a professional. So the entry point for environmental practitioners in all, is always the candidate. Because even a candidate, an intern cannot touch EIA reports unless they are registered as a candidate. So it's environmental is quite strict. Okay, so I think I've touched on the 6 core competencies, and the reason why maybe as engineers, you don't necessarily need to go through all the core competencies because that's not your primary focus as a degree. But the guys that are involved in environmental management programs, environmental sciences, and so forth have to go through, they need to have all the 6 modules covered. I think the team touched on the rest of the issues. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together for the panelists? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you very much. You may please have a seat. Thank you. Yes, I'm sure that this has been a very robust morning to mid-afternoon. As we round up, I'm going to call on the program director to just do 1 or 2 things before we call it a day. Madam Program Director.
Thank you to Professor Clinton, our facilitator. Thank you to our panel members. Can we please give them another round of applause? I must say, I am a tourism scholar by profession, but recently joined the Council for the Built Environment. So this is a new sector, new industry for me altogether. And I'm leaving here myself feeling very, very empowered. So thank you for that. There was an important question that was posed to CBE. CBE has not yet responded. So they just did, so I'll make sure that they do. To the Chief Transformation Officer who's gonna come here, the question was about the professional registration and how long do candidates have to register if they are being found not to be registered on the system, as well as the consequences that they are likely to face should they not do so. So ladies and gentlemen, I will call now on stage Ms. Thembakazi Moya, who is the Chief Transformation Officer for CBE, and her unit is mandated to transform the built environment industry, create skilled built environment, as well as to expertise the empowerment of women, youth, and people living with disabilities. Ms. Thembakazi Moya, please come to the stage.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon to the University of Johannesburg, to the CBE family, and to all the colleagues that I may not specify. It is indeed an honor to be standing here today in front of the young people in celebration of the Youth Month. Before I start with my presentation and my task for the day, I'm going to give an opportunity to my CEO just to respond to the question so that I don't steal his thunder. CEO may respond and then I will start.
The reason why I'm given this question, because it's a difficult one. It has made us very unpopular, this question. So when we issued a statement that you read, we received a number of calls from the industry players. You are closing us out. What happened to us? We are not registered, so we're not going to get government work, and. We're very clear. You cannot go to a doctor and request a doctor to operate you if the doctor is a bush doctor. So our argument is simple. You can't entrust people who are not professionals to build bridges, which communities are going to use. So we're not negotiating. But there's a second level, which I think my colleagues then must assist us, the councils. If we make this call, that for you to practice in the built environment space, especially in the construction, design, consulting space, you must be PR registered or be a candidate. We accept that. But make it easy for people to register. So it cannot be, I'm using ECSA because I'm looking at you, my colleague, that people are still bringing POEs and files and to your head office in Broma in 2023. Surely you can go online and apply. I know Bridget, Dr. Samula used to make this example, that try and call ECSA number. No one is going to pick up. So we as professional councils have a responsibility to ensure that our systems are 2023. So we want to pursue this issue so that at least colleagues who are studying here, at least as a minimum, you know that you've got a future in this sector. So you can't be competing with a nurse to do the work that you must do. Because that's really what it is in our sector. It's free for all. And I'm glad that when the minister spoke, when he was delivering his budget speech, he now agrees with us that the call that we've made, that for people who work in government must be registered, but we must support them. So that's why we're starting with the public service. I'll make a last example. Transport Department National has one registered professional, but they are supposed to oversee PRASA, SANRAL, and to do policies. How can they do it? So you understand why we started with government. So we are giving colleagues in the public sector a carrot to say, come forward, let's work through your challenges. Whether you are 65, it's okay. As long as you work for public service, you must register. And then our councils must RPL them, find a mechanic, so at least they can mentor other young professionals. So that's a position we've taken, and I think we're going to be very unpopular. We accept that, but I think we're doing it for the right cause. So that's really the intervention that we've put forward, and I think we stick to it. But it has to be accompanied by the work that we must do to make it easy to become professionals. The second one, Prof, I think, Doc, I think they've addressed my colleagues. There are various interventions, but the last one that we've made publicly in Parliament, and I think we are signing a charter with all the professional councils to say, if you receive 3,000 or 200 applications a year, so many must be converted within this particular period. It is a commitment that we are going to make. So once that charter is made available, it's concluded by various presidents of these professional councils, it will be made available. You can monitor us next year to say, this is what you said, can you report publicly on how you're actually dealing with issues of transformation and in the industry. So that's a charter that is coming up. So once the president of CBE has concluded, that document will be available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CE. So what the CEO has just spoken to now speaks to what I'm about to speak to as well, because with that, we know this is South Africa. We realize the problems that South Africa has. While we are for professionalizing the sector, we also need to provide support that will be required. And I think it's one of the questions that was asked earlier to say, how do you then ensure that that support is given? And in some of our programs, that's what we're trying to assist in partnership with the stakeholders. You will see some of my slides are similar to the CEO. It's not plagiarism. But this is just for me. What I like about this slide, it sort of gives you the cycle and how everything comes together, and it can be a full circle. Because for us to then speak of professionalism and how do you conduct yourself as a professional, these are the things that you need to consider. And I always say, if you look at that orange inner circle, you will then speak to human dignity, and for me, that is the center of it all. And then it speaks so as well in terms of what we're talking to when we talk to transformation. And one of my younger colleagues spoke to the women in the industry and some of the challenges that them being in the industry they may bring. We may have different views, and I liked what he said at the beginning, wait until I complete my point, because it's one of those things that we want to respond immediately to. So, but it is a fact. The women are represented in the industry, and we need to do better. And my answer to that comment is to say we can do better, and we can have women that participate effectively in the industry. It's just in terms of what we need to do to get to that point. And these are just the challenges. I'm aware of time and I need to respect it, so I won't go into detail in terms of what we've identified as obstacles that women face in the built environment. And then these are just the numbers that we have where we look at candidates, male versus female, and the disparity that is glaring, as well as professionals the professionals that are registered in the industry in terms of when you look at females versus males. This is just what the CEO had spoken to in terms of what we do in the industry, and then it is why we're here today talking. And then in one of our midterm strategies and what we're focusing on is to transform and also creating the skills that are required for the field. As well as we're saying we need to expedite the empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. These are just the things that speak to what it is in the processes and what is involved in professional registration. And we've spoken a lot to it today: certification, code of ethics, technical requirements, the CPDs. My bad, my fingers are busy. Regulation and control, as well as discipline. We talk to what it is, the process of professional registration. As CBE, we have what we call skills pipeline strategy. And it was touched on earlier to say where do we start and where does it end? There's a secondary school, that is what we call it, what we call as push strategy. And what we are doing now as one of our programs is to promote the careers at secondary level and also to provide career guidance and how do we support maths and science programs as well as role modeling. And I will speak to this later because I'm in an opportune space to talk to young people here. As well as then we get to the next stage, which is intermediate. This is where we are today. How do we ensure that there's bursary or funding to ensure the education? Will placements. I'm not familiar with the UJ processes, but for technologies of university, the students need to go for a period of work placement to be able to qualify. So how do we ensure we support that? Because it's one of the challenges at the moment with the rate of employment and our economy. Job shadowing, work readiness, as well as vacation work, which I think will apply to you. And then you then graduate and get to candidacy stage, and it's been discussed in quite detail today, so I won't go into the detail, but this is available if one requires it. And then we get to what we call pool, and that is the level of professionals and what there is required. And we're trying to encourage to say, you needn't just be a professional who's employed. We need to also look at ways, how do we develop young people to start their own business? Because it will address the situation where we have, like my CEO talked to earlier, in terms of having teachers owning BE companies. And how do we then know that we have a registered person owning that company? And that is just a summation of what the skills pipeline does. I know we don't want to gloom today, but we can't have these discussions without talking to what our challenges are in the industry. That's just one of the many things people will respond to when you ask them, what do you think is the problem in the industry? And you can pick. We all have different views and perception of what it is the industry is doing. And then I also go further into detail of what the challenges are that are faced by the sector. And these are the things that we've spoken to today in terms of lack of capacity, which we are currently, as a country, addressing through the MSIZI and the other parties. And I won't go into detail of those, but one that I've just listed is the capacity for our contractors, because I believe you as young professionals this is what you'll have to address when you get to the industry, where you have contractors who are listed as grade 9 but do not have a cash flow or even a resource to implement the project that they've been awarded. And we've seen what that does to infrastructure delivery when it is not properly addressed. You will forgive me with the way my pictures are thrown. I'm what you call, old infrastructure. I'm just not good very much with technology. So I just tried to just put there what infrastructure looked like and what the challenges can be. I purposefully put those two slides, one on the left and one on the far right, in terms of what we're dealing with now with the climate change that we are facing. And those pictures are in KZN. And they directly talk to the infrastructure that we develop and design. And I'll speak to that later in terms of what I believe we should be doing. And I mean, infrastructure delivery, this is such an awesome space to be in. So we need to ensure that our work is out there and it stands the time. And then we speak to professionalization. We need to address the shortage of skills. We need to address this gap that we have where people are not getting registered quick enough in the built environment sector. So that will be addressed by partnerships, collaboration, which is addressed by why we're here today, the public and private sector, as well as the people of South Africa. We are all aware that infrastructure is the big driver for economy of South Africa. We need to structure work opportunities for the graduates. And when it is short-term, we need to have proper exit strategy for those. To say, how do you, when you come out of this, how do we assist you so that you don't become unemployed? I've mentioned the matter of climate change. How do we build a resilient infrastructure and design it? How do we adopt? We need a structured support, and I mean, it was one of the questions that was asked, like, take us seriously. To say, how do we ensure what we give you is sustainable? And then it's also speaking to the matter of mentors, and it was spoken into length earlier. And we keep making a call to say, as much as we understand now, there need to be programs to outsource the mentorship, but it can't keep going that way. It's not sustainable. We need to have a country that has a heart to say, how do I show up? How do I support the young one and bring them up? And then it's to say also as students, and I mean in recognizing the youth chapters, that's what we're talking today. So I'm quite grateful to say what are the enablers that assist you as young people to also climb the ladder that is in the built sector. So I'm quite big on the concept of Ubuntu. I am because we are. I'm here today. I'm also a graduate in civil engineering. Someone took me under their wing and taught me the work. We need to keep that mindset. Otherwise, we're going to keep moving into silos, one doing their own thing. We need champions at universities. In fact, it was one of the questions that was asked to say, We don't want to know of ECSA when we have graduated and we need to be registered. So those conversations need to start at early stages. We hope that you also have peer support programs to say, I'm in my final year, you are in the first year, I'm going to adopt one student that I can assist them in this route to graduation. So all I'm saying is I studied when, I'm not going to reveal my age, but things were different. Create a community. And again, you're going to say, EAPASA, we did say we've got student chapters, but ensure that it's accessible, it's transparent, it's inclusive. Because you know what's going to happen? That community is not just going to end at university level. You're going to use the same forums to address these barriers that you will face. Some of you may not. Some of you may register like that. Some of you will, as particularly the young women. Some women will register easier than others. That's when you have forums to say, I am struggling with this. How did you overcome it? How do I access this? Do you know of anyone? So that's why I'm saying, please, keep a community. And it doesn't have to be specific civil engineering or mechanical. It can be a forum where you can discuss anything and get access to the CPEs of this world. And also you will see as you get to the industry, there are already people that are practicing here, that we have, particularly the black community, and this is a subjective view, where I find that it's not easy for us to share glory and opportunity because you're worried that it may be taken away from you. I'm going to move away from technical for a bit, but I believe that's how you open up for blessings and opportunity in your life. Because if you're good at what you do, you are good. Allow others to shine in your name, and you will see someone showing up for you as well. I find a lot in the professional space, but we want to win individually so that one day your name can be put into. That doesn't work in infrastructure delivery. When you're working on a big infrastructure project, you don't say, I managed to put up that piling. You say, we. Because it's a different types of professionals that were involved in that process. That is why I enjoyed to hear about the artisans that get their opportunity. Because I always preach that you will not be able to finish that bridge if your artisan is not in the picture. Allow them to show up with you and be in your meetings, because what I find is about the levels. But an artisan, if you tell them you do what I say as an engineer, they will not point out to you when there's something wrong with your design, because you signed it. Because it's how you're showing up and showing that respect to your fellow workers. We see a lot of problems with the Medupis of this world. And like an artisan is the person with that hammer. How did they not see that detail? Because we need the partnership and coming together. My apologies, I'm spending more time, I'm being passionate. So that's all I just want to say to you. And then I think certain things will start getting a bit better. Now to the way forward in terms of what do we do to register or to at least break down these barriers? And how do we do it? When do we do it? And who does it? I think in this room today and in terms of what was spoken to, it is clear that registration is compulsory. And soon enough, it will be that, as the CEO has spoken to it now, if you practice without that registration number, you are committing a crime and you will be charged. And you cringe when you hear a bridge has collapsed. I'm like, I hope the person who signed off on it was in the right side of the law to sign off on it. So it's in those things to try, what is the worst that can happen when I take these chances? We do need a clear program of action. But more than anything, in today's discussions, the education sector must be in the center of these solutions. We need to be using the legislative framework in addressing these challenges. Compliance, we need to improve service delivery. We need aligned systems. And when, my apologies, that is a misspelling, but when I mean by this, we happen to be doing a lot of work, good work, but we're doing it in silos or parallel to each other. I think if it's aligned, we will see an impactful outcome. CIDP is a good partner as well. It's in what I was talking to in terms of contractors, as well as social facilitation. I'll speak to that later. And it was spoken to today in terms of how do we digitize the built environment, because it will assist us to curb corruption. It also assists with record keeping, and also in creating opportunities. Okay, that is not thank you. It just, that one said thank you, but it is not thank you. Just give me a moment. I just want to summarize in terms of what I was saying, because you can see I'm speaking more to the young people than anything else. There's this quote that I like. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. I think that should be our way of moving forward. To say, I'm not designing this for myself, but I'm designing it for the future. In summation, just from today's discussions, and I wrote in red here, youth engagement, because I didn't want to forget my center as to why we are here today. We do need a holistic approach in these solutions, and we may not have a solution specific for today, but the discussions today show that we're in the right path. I wrote here that transformation is subjective, because transformation for me may mean something quite different from the next person. I almost said young. As a black woman, my transformation is different from a black man. As a mother, my transformation is different from a black father or a father. So in that, it gets subjective, but we need to find a way to come together to have some result and success. In today's, I won't detail who said what, but I tried to summarize as much as possible to get to the registration and the way forward. We spoke of youth. This was actually Prof that spoke to it. Education, infrastructure. I guess if you take that as your center, it becomes easier. We spoke of transformation, power of education, seeing youth as our torchbearers. I always say in the office, I want to speak to youth because I know they are our hope in, if you talk of professional registration, there are one people who can get it right the first time. Unlike us who had to look back and said, what did I get right previously? I've spoken to the professional registration being compulsory. I've spoken to the BE sector being crucial for the economic development. And then the question is then, how do we address these bottlenecks? Looking at the stats that was presented by the CEO from Myeza, it just shows that we have a lot of work to do. The PE sector needs to be agile in its approach, reflexive, as one colleague said, adaptable, as well as resilient. One will say that's a mouthful, but we can get it done. We need to respond to the current climate change conditions, and we do that by how we do our work in terms of design and infrastructure delivery. I mean, like I said in one of my, with the ecosystem, who gets affected the most? The vulnerable, the poor. So that has to be our mindset and approach. We need to keep inspiring young people in their journey for professionalization, and we need to create platforms to enable them to do what they need to do. We need to allow young people to influence the change. It's always been my big thing to say, especially if you think of transformation as a woman and a black woman and a young student that time, and I would always say, if you try to find a solution for me while I'm not in the room and you don't at least consult me to see how it's going to work for me, it will not be a good solution. Inclusivity. We find people a lot saying, yeah, we don't have enough women in the sector. This is how I'm going to solve it. Then you find there's a gap still because the right people were not consulted. Ethics, they have to be our campus. And it speaks to the values as the CE spoken to before and the ethics. I believe that all of us were taught values when we were younger at home by our parents. We were just taught differently. It is now how do we translate it into the space and our profession. Because you were taught when you were younger how to do chores at home, that was your parents' way of teaching you ethics and values. But then it's how do I transition this into the space of being a professional. And then there was that question of women. I can't help but entertain it because I have been a woman in a construction industry. We've always put up our hand to say, we want to show up, but we also acknowledge that we have limitations as women. Allow us to, ask us how we can show up, but I can promise you one thing, not all of us want comfort of hotels. I've stayed in houses with men. I was okay with that. I was not forced. The next woman may not be comfortable, and that's okay. It is for us to say together, how do we solve that problem? So CBE, as one of the responses to addressing these things, has what we call transformation collaborative forums. One is on skills development and capacity building, where we try to bring different industry partners. Higher education is part of that, so that we can discuss how do we, it speaks to one of our core functions, how do we best skill the built environment. We also have what we call WEG, Women Empowerment and Gender Equality. We also have what we call health safety, public protection and universal access. That's when we speak of everything on health and safety in the industry, as well as we address the issues of persons with disabilities and how do we give access. And this speaks to what I said about inclusive design. How do you design for everyone? We also have the PPLE-SD, that is on procurement, policy, legislation, economic, socio-development. That is policy, like you hear it, and everything in its regard. And finally, we have environmental sustainability, and that was newly started this year. We're trying to address the issues of climate change. So on all these, I mentioned because we always invite partners. And if young people say, I can form part of the skills, please put your hand up. If you say, there'll be old-timers there, can we create something else? We're more than willing as part of the solution. So what comes out of this engagement is that there needs to be alignment in our approach. We need to be holistic. We can derive ethics from pride, that feeling of belonging, that number that it gives you. Also confidence to show up and say, I'm an engineer, which is affiliated with ECSA, with the construction and project managers. And also it's like your ultimate license to practice. Like CE spoke to before, you will not go to a doctor that you're not sure of. You want to know that they are qualified to be a doctor. And also you want to know that they are affiliated with the right structures should anything happen to your leg. You want to be confident. So when we build these big bridges and these big power lines, people want to know that the person who's doing that is qualified to do it. And we need to show public that confidence. It's up to us. We need to consolidate our interventions so that we can maximize the impact. Because like I said earlier, we're doing so much work, but you don't show it because it's done in pockets, which is why today's engagement is important. As one of the throughput studies that was done by CBE in 2021-2022, it was realized that one of the reasons, because you'll find that the 62,000 young people were registered, but only 12,000 graduated. It's in us addressing, because it was realized they said that the funding was a problem. I'm being wavered, I've talked too long, I'm gonna summarize. Sorry. So we need to foster integration, like I mentioned, and the higher education institutions are crucial in that. They need to be at the center, because when we realize these gaps that we see in infrastructure delivery, that's when we can speak to the universities so that they can give us the qualified young persons. Also, let me speak to my last one before I stop, the mentorship. Like I said before, we do realize we need immediate solutions, but I request young people, we need to find a way to say, I went through this process and I got registered. How do I then mentor the next person? And in my idealistic heart, I believe it can be for free. And then we need to also have a customized approach to South Africa. We know what our challenges are, because when we pair mentors with mentees that have no connection and backgrounds, it's going to develop gaps where you ask yourself, why did it take so long for one person but not the other? So like Dr. Sithoile mentioned, we black professionals need to support our own. Because when there's timelines and that young person says, I couldn't deliver because of A and B, you understand background. Thank you very much. I'm going to stop there. I have more to say, but next time we're invited for another session for women, so I will take up that opportunity. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Transformation happens in many different forms, shape, as we had, from youth, disability, and black Africans. I think it's important to understand that we each play a role in doing so in our little and big corners. So I think we'll all leave here with that input and ensure that we take that forward. However, I think we just need to understand that as we are doing such transformations, we need to also align with what the government is telling us via their parliament at all times. So now, I'm from the Construction Management and Quantity Surveying Department. I'm also representing the Sustainable Human Settlement Research Center, as you can see. Also in collaboration with CBE, we've organized this event for the youth. And I think we'd like to thank all our colleagues and everyone that was here actually today. We're actually proud of hosting you for this event. I'd also like to thank the insights from our speakers. That was profound from your side. And I hope those participants who asked the questions were able to get the right answers. And I think going forward too, we'll be able to have more inputs and engagements like this to ensure that we capacitate the country accordingly. And then lastly, just before I call all the speakers that were here and also the youth who will present the gifts, I would just also like to thank the facilitator and the MC as well, and also the SHS CRC team and the CBE team who were part of the organizing of the actual event, including the guys from Vision Studios as well, were able to capture everything. I think in the next 2 days or so, we'll be able to see these videos on YouTube via the pages that you see in front of you on the screen. And also you'll be able to also see the photos that were taken throughout this event. So, firstly, as I call on Mr. Kobus, I would also ask the 3 students to come to the fore to present the appreciation that we are giving you as the team that organized the event. So please come forward, and then I'll also ask the Vision Studios to take a photo with each passing speaker. So Mr. Kobus, and also the 3 students. So I'm gonna be finishing now, and I'll stand right here. Mr. Kobus, the 3 students, give them the appreciation gift, shake hands, and then the photo opportunity. Well, we can clap hands for Mr. Kobus. Then we'll also ask Dr. Sithoile to also come to the fore to receive the appreciation gift from the team and also the photo opportunity. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Thank you very much. I'll ask Ms. Kgomo from Myeza, the acting CEO, to also come and also collect an appreciation gift. Thank you very much. And I'll also ask the ECSA representative from research, Mr. Hlalukana as well. Thank you very much for being part of our session. Thank you very much. I'll also call the CTO, the transformation officer as well, Ms. Moya as well, to get our appreciation gift. Thank you very much. And lastly, the guest of honor, the CEO of CBE. We thank you very much for being part of us, Dr. MSIZI. Okay. With that said, colleagues, we thank you very much. I think what we can do now is, as we leave, I'll ask every single speaker and the students to come to the fore just for a few group photos, including the facilitator and the MC. But we are ending here, and we can go and have lunch. I think we've been here for some time now. Otherwise, other announcements will be shared on the screen. We can give ourselves a round of applause as we conclude.
University of Johannesburg, the future reimagined.